Welcome back to Faces of Freedom, the 92nd American Legion Auxiliary National Convention. Here to begin our session is your National President, Chris Nelson.
Good morning. The 92nd National Convention of the American Legion Auxiliary will come to order. We will begin today's session with a video that depicts the true price of freedom. Please remember to silence all electronic devices or take out your checkbooks. We've been doing that really well, so thank you. National Chaplain Nene Lynch, please come forward and give the invocation.
Let us pray. Father, with humble hearts and a strong sense of responsibility, yet proud of the confidence placed in us by those who sent us here, we ask your blessings on this assembly, O God, that we may be fruitful in our accomplishments and that the effects be good and lasting for the American Legion Auxiliary. Be with us, God, in our deliberations. Inspire us with your wisdom. Direct us in our thoughts and guide us as we work for you, our country, and our heroes. Let us remember and honor our love for one another and our organization, Lord. Keep us respectful as we do our business. Please be with the people of Louisiana this morning as they continue to deal with Isaac. And Lord, we ask that you hold in your strong arms Terry Renee, 2nd District President and Delegate from Indiana, who's in the hospital this morning. All these things we ask in your holy name. Amen.
Please be seated.
Besides the American Legion and American Legion Auxiliary, Indianapolis is headquarters to the Defense Finance and Accounting Service. If you are in the armed forces or are retired military, your pay comes through this building. And inside this 1.6 million square foot building is the workplace of the self-described luckiest man on earth. Meet retired Army Master Sergeant Jeff Mittman.
I've always considered myself the luckiest man on earth. I survived. I get to grow old with my wife, spend time with my children, and watch them grow up. Not everybody gets to do that.
Jeff was severely injured on July 7, 2005 in Iraq.
Well, the enemy initiated the ambush with an IED or roadside bomb that I'm sure you've heard so much about. And it sent a projectile through the driver's side window and exited the other side of the vehicle, leaving a hole the size of my fist.
Jeff regained consciousness at Walter Reed Hospital. His wife was told that her husband was VSI, military speak for very seriously injured, the worst classification next to being dead.
I woke up a month later at Walter Reed in Washington, D.C. with my wife speaking to me. And I couldn't figure out what the hell she was doing in Baghdad. My last memory was being in Iraq. And I was confused and I was scared, and she started explaining to me my injuries. And she started at my feet and worked her way up. When she got to my head, she told me about my most severe injuries. I'd lost my nose, my lips, my teeth, and the majority of my eyesight in the attack.
Yet through it all, Jeff has remained remarkably optimistic and upbeat.
I've been really lucky. I've never faced any major setbacks. I've never faced any depression at any point. The only time I've ever remember being upset is about a week after I woke up. The doctors came into my room to check my eyes. I was awake and alert at that point and able to communicate. They took me down to the clinic and they looked at my eyes and they realized that there's nothing else they could do, that my vision was gone. And I was, to be quite frank, upset. I was 35 years old and I'd led men into combat, and I realized that was over. I could never do that again. And my wife wheeled me back up to the room, to my hospital room. And she does this to this day. She'll take my hand when I get upset and talk to me to calm me down. And as she was talking to me, we received a phone call that a friend of mine had died from his injuries he'd suffered in Baghdad. And at that point, I realized that I was the lucky one. You see, I was going to grow old with my family, spend time with them. And since that point, I've always promised myself and promised my family that I'd keep looking forward to recover from what had happened and keep moving forward into the future.
Jeff leads a surprisingly normal life with his wife, Christy, and their daughters.
You know, I lead a pretty much a regular life. The only thing I don't do now is drive a car or fly an airplane. And I didn't fly an airplane before I got hurt, so it's not a big deal. I spend time at work, and I come home, and I spend time with my wife and my children. And my children are a big support system for me. You know, sometimes you get tired, and my children come running in the room yelling, "Daddy, Daddy." And I know it's time to get up and keep moving forward.
And through it all, Jeff has maintained a sense of humor and perspective on life.
I've been able to move on, and I've started work on my second master's degree. And I've learned 2 lessons through it all. First is that I'm bomb resistant, not bomb proof. And 2 is that you never do anything by yourself.
And through 4 tours of duty that included the first Gulf War, Afghanistan, and 2 tours in Iraq, not to mention life-altering traumatic injury, Jeff never crossed paths with the American Legion Auxiliary. Though the Auxiliary has impacted tens of thousands of veterans, Jeff is the soldier who got away.
I really am the luckiest man in the world to have a wife, children, and the community who's gathered around me to support me during my recovery, but not everybody's so lucky. The work the American Legion Auxiliary does is invaluable. And I thank you for what you've done, but more importantly, I thank you for what you're going to do in the future.
In every possible way, Jeff Mittman represents the call to recognize and assist, our faces of freedom.
So auxiliary members, they're out in all of our communities, veterans who need our help, and it's up to us to go and find them. And so as you leave this convention, remember the purpose of our organization is to serve for God and country, our veterans, military, and their children, and go out in your communities and find those veterans that need a little bit of help. We will now proceed with the election of officers. Will all the nominees please come to the platform and be seated on the stage? National Secretary Debbie Buckler will read the convention standing rule governing the election.
Thank you, Madam President. Convention Standing Rule number 24 reads, when there is but one candidate for any office, that nominee may be elected by voice. When there is more than one candidate for national office, the election shall be by secret ballot.
On Tuesday morning, you nominated Peggy Thomas of Virginia for the office of National President. In accordance with the rules you have adopted, as there is only one candidate for the office of nominees shall be elected by voice. All in favor of electing Peggy Thomas as National President for 2012-2013 administrative year, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. The chair declares Peggy Thomas of Virginia duly elected as National President for the 2012 administrative year. Nancy Brown Park of California is the only nominee for the office of National Vice President. All in favor of Nancy Brown Park for the office of National Vice President, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Nancy Brown Park has been duly elected as National Vice President for the 2012-2013 administrative year. At the division caucuses on Saturday, each division nominated a candidate for Division National Vice President. The current Division National Vice Presidents have certified to the chair the following nominees. Mary Jo Burnings of Iowa has been nominated for the office of Central Division National Vice President. All those in favor of Mary Jo Burnings as Central Division National Vice President, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Mary Jo Burnings has been duly elected Central Division National Vice President. Mary Jo, please stand. Joan Rinoli of Pennsylvania has been nominated for the office of Eastern Division National Vice President. All those in favor of Joan Rinoli for Eastern Division National Vice President, please say aye. Opposed, no. You have elected Joan Rinoli as Eastern Division National Vice President. Joan, will you please stand? Thank you. Doris Ann Werlinger of South Dakota has been nominated for the office of Northwest Division National Vice President. All those in favor of Doris Ann Werlinger, Northwest Division National Vice President, please say aye. Opposed, no. You have elected Doris Ann Werlinger as Northwest Division National Vice President. Doris, please stand. Shirley Fraser of Florida has been nominated for the office of Southern Division National Vice President. All those in favor of Shirley Fraser as the Southern Division National Vice President, please say aye. Opposed, no. Shirley Fraser has been elected the Southern Division National Vice President. Shirley, will you please stand? Barbara Rutherford of Washington has been nominated for the office of Western Division National Vice President. All those in favor of Barbara Rutherford as Western Division National Vice President, please say aye. Opposed, no. Barbara Rutherford has been elected the Western Division National Vice President. Barbara, will you please stand? On Tuesday morning, you nominated 2 candidates for the office of National Chaplain, Rosemary Hawk of Missouri and Gail Jansen of Wisconsin. We're going to vote, so please stand. And listen carefully before you push any buttons. If you wish to vote for Rosemary Hawk, press 1. If you wish to vote for Gail Jansen, press 2. Listen. If you wish to vote for Rosemary Hawk, Rosemary, can you stand? Wave. If you're voting for Rosemary, press 1. Gail, can you stand? If you're voting for Gail, press 2. You ready? Okay. Voting is now closed. The election committee will consult with technician and bring the results to the stage. We could show the results right now if we wanted to, but we want them to be able to come, the tellers, and do that how we normally do. So they're going to meet with the technicians so that they can bring the results forward and give the election results. In the meantime, Debbie Buckler is going to give some announcements. When I was at the workshops, there was some discussion and some confusion about Consul General Phil Underdunk and what he stated about the National Veterans Creative Arts Festival. So that's what Debbie's going to talk to you about. We have to wait for the chaplain and then we'll do his work. That's what they told me to do. I didn't forget you, they told me.
The national historian will be elected following the election of the national chaplain. She was not forgotten. At the Constitution and Bylaws pre-convention committee meeting, Counsel General appeared and made some clarifying remarks and made an announcement to those who were present, stating that the national organization has withdrawn its support for ride to recovery. In explaining that, or in making that statement, Counsel General, I beg your pardon, then went on to and was explaining the importance of distancing yourselves from organizations that could embarrass the American Legion Auxiliary. The example he cited was an organization called Help Hospitalized Veterans. Help Hospitalized Veterans, up until very recently, had been a long-standing co-sponsor, co-presenting sponsor of the National Veterans Creative Arts Festival. The confusion that many of you have stopped me in the hall or approached other people is that some people thought his remarks meant that the American Legion Auxiliary no longer was supporting the National Veterans Creative Arts Festival. That is not true. So I want to be very clear about what he was trying to explain. Help Hospitalized Veterans has been sued by the State of California's Department of Justice for information that is publicly available on its Form 990 and inconsistencies found with other information that is publicly available. And after an investigation, the State of California has brought fraud charges against that organization. Fraud charges, there's been no trial, but fraud charges in and of themselves are not a very appealing sound. The U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs immediately took action once that information broke, that news story broke, and they withdrew its recognition of Help Hospitalized Veterans. HHV, just to make it simpler to finish this out, HHV is no longer on any of the material or on the website for the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. By de facto or by default, that means that at this National Veterans Creative Arts Festival, the American Legion Auxiliary will be the sole co-presenting sponsor with the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. There will be no acknowledgement of HHV in the National Veterans Creative Arts Festival program, materials, or announcements. There will be no presence by that organization at that event. So I just wanted to answer many of the questions that I've been asked. What he said, the statement I think that caused the confusion, he said, you don't want to have guilt by association, so we've withdrawn our support. You don't want to have guilt by association, so the Legion has officially withdrawn its support for HHV. They had other workings with them from time to time. The American Legion Auxiliary has no formal relationship with HHV other than being on a stage with them. And so what we were trying to demonstrate at those who attended the NEC 101 orientation, there are times when you want to stand shoulder to shoulder with somebody, and times when you want to. Thank you. So I will now exit.
Thank you. The election for National Chaplain, the number of votes cast, 663. Number of votes to elect, more than half of the above total, 332. Gail Jansen received 252. Rosemary W. Hawk, 411. Rosemary W. Hawk has been elected your National Chaplain. Angela Kilcrease of Mississippi is the only nominee for the office of National Historian. All those in favor of Angela Kilcrease for the office of National Historian say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Angela Kilcrease has been duly elected as National Vice President for the, it says National Vice President, whoa. Angela Kilcrease has been duly elected as National Historian for the 2012-13 administrative year. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you your 2012-2013 American Legion Auxiliary National Officers. Please stand, all of you who were elected this morning. Thank you, ladies. This is a great team, and I know they will be great representatives and ambassadors of the auxiliary as we soar to new heights. We will now continue with the Constitution and Bylaws. Sharon Knatster, can you join me on the stage? When I asked Sharon to serve as Constitution and Bylaws, she was a little disappointed. She said there was nothing to that job.
No, I didn't say that. I asked her if she thought I could do the job, is really what I said.
But she didn't think she'd have to work as hard as she has
That's
to,
right,
and I
that's
appreciate
right,
everything she's done.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you. Yep, thanks. Madam National President, the Constitution and Bylaws Committee submits Amendment Number 3 to amend the National Bylaws, Article 5, Section 5, submitted by the National Audit Committee. This amendment provides for clarification on the composition of the Audit Committee. The Constitution and Bylaws Pre-Convention Committee recommends that the amendment not be adopted. If amended, the section will read, Article 5, Section 5. There shall be an audit committee under the administrative committees that shall consist of 5 members confirmed by the NEC, 3 appointed members, annually appointed by the National President, 1 designated member from the American Legion Auxiliary Foundation, and 1 designated member from the National Finance Committee. 1 appointed member shall be appointed annually by the National President to serve a term of 3 years or until her successor is appointed. On behalf of the Constitution and Bylaws Committee, I move the adoption of Amendment Number 3.
The question is on the adoption of Amendment Number 3 to amend the National Bylaws, Article 5, Section 5. The Constitution and Bylaws Pre-Convention Committee recommends that the amendment not be adopted. Is there any discussion?
Madam President, microphone 3.
The chair recognizes microphone 3.
Madam President, Virginia Hobbs, Department of Kentucky. I move to amend the proposed reading by substituting the following language. There shall be an audit committee under administrative committees that shall consist of 5 members appointed by the National President and confirmed by the NEC. 3 members shall serve staggered 3-year terms, 1 each to be appointed annually or until her successor is appointed. The remaining 2 members shall be appointed for a term of 1 year with 1 recommendation provided by each the National Finance Committee and the American Legion Auxiliary Foundation. No more than 2 past national presidents may serve on this committee at the same time.
Is there a second? I didn't hear that. Is there a second? Okay, it has been moved and seconded that there's an amendment that reads, there shall be an audit committee under the administrative committees that shall consist of 5 members appointed by the National President and confirmed by the NEC. 3 members shall serve staggered 3-year terms, 1 each to be appointed annually or until her successor is appointed. The remaining 2 members shall be appointed for a term of 1 year with 1 recommendation provided by each the National Finance Committee and the American Legion Auxiliary Foundation. No more than 2 past national presidents may serve on this committee at the same time. Is there any discussion?
Madam President, microphone 3.
The chair recognizes microphone 3.
Virginia Hobbs, Department of Kentucky. Madam President, the wording of the proposed amendment is to allow for the appointment of a 5-member committee selected by the national president. While recommendations would be made from the National Finance Committee and the American Legion Auxiliary Foundation, these are recommendations only. And as many of us know, a recommendation, whether it be from a department or from current national chairman, is only a recommendation. It does not mandate the national president to use or select the individual named. Additionally, over the course of the weekend, we heard the term conflict of interest used. Using a recommendation would not constitute a conflict of interest because the function of the audit committee is to review and set the scope of the audit of our national headquarters. It is not an audit of the volunteers. Volunteers comprise the composition of the National Finance Committee and the Auxiliary Foundation Board of Directors, and therefore those individuals are not being audited. The audit is of the propriety in compliance with the policies approved by our membership and the committees thereof, and it is a function of the efficiency and the propriety of our national headquarters in following the policies that have been adopted. I speak in favor of the amendment.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion?
Madam President, microphone 1.
The chair recognizes microphone 1.
Floor Jean Craig, Department of North Carolina. I understand a recommendation. What I don't understand is why we would give the Finance Committee and the Foundation Board the right to make a recommendation to the national president for appointments when nobody else recommends to the national president how she should make her appointments. I think, I just don't understand why either of those two committees should have the opportunity to recommend to the national president, we want Sally on this committee. I think the national president, I support the 5-member committee. I do not support that those two boards have the right to recommend to the national president. I vote no to this.
I just want to give some clarifying information, and that is that all of the committees are asked to give recommendations to the national president for appointments. They all recommend whether the people on that committee should move forward or not. So I just wanted to clarify that there are people who do give recommendations. The past national presidents also give recommendations for committee appointments.
Madam President, I understand that, but that is not in writing anywhere, and this becomes in writing.
Madam President, microphone 1.
The chair recognizes microphone 1.
Sandy Dutton, Department of Maryland. The proposed amendment still does not take care of the fact that the national president could, in fact, appoint a member of the foundation and a member of the finance committee. That is what we don't think is a good idea. We think it's a conflict of interest, and this amendment does not help that at all. We don't want a member of the finance committee or a member of the foundation on the audit committee with voting rights. So I'm opposed to the entire amendment and resolution.
Is there any further discussion?
Madam President, Priscilla Berger, Department of New York.
The chair recognizes the microphone number 1.
Thank you. Priscilla Berger, Department of New York. I'd like to call into question that I'm afraid, and we would need a ruling on this, that this changes the intent of the original motion, because the original motion was that they were appointed annually by the national president, and now you are dividing that.
I've asked for a ruling, and I've been told the amendment is in order.
Okay.
Is there any further discussion?
Madam President, microphone 3.
The chair recognizes microphone 3.
Hi, Linda Boone from the Department of Oregon. I'm confused because We have a nationally recognized auditing firm that does our audit who has recommended this change, and we have our Counsel General who has recommended this change. We pay thousands of dollars every year to both and to give us professional advice. It is not a power grab from that seems to be the concern, that there's some power grab or nefarious things going on. I don't know what it would gain by sending me to another meeting, but I'm really concerned that we're not taking the professional advice we've been given. And this auditing firm that we use and has given us good information about other things is nationally recognized leader in nonprofit audits, and they wouldn't even consider working with us until we agreed to have an auditing committee. I am really tired of the negative things that thinks there's some kind of power grab going on.
I have another piece of clarifying information I was just handed. The audit committee is not auditing the finances of the finance committee or the finances of the foundation. The audit committee is a risk management committee, so there is not a legal conflict. Is there any further discussion?
Madam President?
The chair recognizes microphone number 1.
Priscilla Bergia, Department of New York. I'll take my second opportunity to speak to say that my objection...
Just a minute, Priscilla. Is there someone else at a microphone who's going to speak? Because you have to be the last one.
Yes.
Is there...
Yeah, I'm at microphone
And I didn't,
one.
that's my fault. I didn't see you. The chair recognizes microphone 4.
Madam President, Carol Van Kirk, Department of Nebraska. I do not think it's a matter of attempt for a power grab. I am very pleased that the members of this delegation are willing to stand up and voice their opinions. And I personally feel that it's better to hear all opinions than to not. I'm not saying I do not support the Counsel General and the auditor's opinions, but I am pleased to see that the membership is standing up and speaking. Thank you.
The chair recognizes microphone number 1.
Priscilla Bergia, Department of New York. I don't believe it's a power grab that everyone is concerned with either. It is that on the face of it, it lacks independence. An audit committee should always have complete independence over what they are auditing. If they are auditing the risk of those two committees of what their decisions are, then those doing that need to have complete independence from them. And that is what the question is.
Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, are you ready for the question? We're voting on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? Please stand. Okay, we are now voting on the substitute amendment that reads, there should be an audit committee under administrative committees that shall consist of 5 members appointed by the national president and confirmed by the NEC. 3 members shall serve staggered 3-year terms, 1 each to be appointed annually or until her successor is appointed. The remaining 2 members shall be appointed for a term of 1 year, with 1 recommendation provided by each the National Finance Committee and the American Legion Auxiliary Foundation. No more than 2 past national presidents may serve on this committee at the same time. It takes a majority vote to amend this. All of those in favor press 1, opposed press 2. And then okay, we're ready for the results. We're ready for the results, please. Will the technicians please show the results. The amendment has failed. There were 284 in favor, 363 opposed. They are going to fix this so that we can see the results. 647 votes were cast. Now we're back to the original proposed amendment. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, I will ask you to stand to vote, please. Is someone at the microphone? No? Okay. So now we are voting on the adoption of this amendment, which requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of the amendment, do you want me to read it? Okay. There shall be an audit committee under administrative committees that shall consist of 5 members confirmed by the NEC, 3 appointed members annually appointed by the national president, 1 designated member from the American Legion Auxiliary Foundation, and 1 designated member from the National Finance Committee. 1 appointed member shall be appointed annually by the national president to serve a term of 3 years or until her successor is appointed. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor, press 1. Opposed, press 2. Because they're still doing this. They're still voting. Okay, we have the results. 830 votes were cast, 499 opposed, 331 in favor. The amendment has failed. Sharon, please continue.
Madam National President, the Constitution and Bylaws Committee submits Amendment Number 4 to amend the National Constitution, Article 7, Sections 1, and National Bylaws, Article 13, Section 1, submitted by the National Governing Documents Review Committee. This amendment proposes a change, the required notice for amendments to the National Constitution and Bylaws from 30 days to 20 days. The Constitution and Bylaws Pre-Convention Committee recommends the amendment be adopted. If amended, Article 7, Section 1 of the Constitution will read, "This Constitution may be amended at any national convention by a 2/3 vote of the total authorized representation thereat, provided the proposed amendment shall have been submitted through the National Secretary to the several departments and members of the National Executive Committee by mailing same to them at least 20 days prior to the convening of the next National Convention, and provided further that all proposed amendments shall be read at a regular meeting of the convention." Article 13, Section 1 of the bylaws will read, Section 1, the bylaws may be amended at any national convention by a vote of 2/3 of the total authorized representation thereat, provided the proposed amendment shall have been submitted through the National Secretary to all departments and members of the National Executive Committee by distributing same to them at least 20 days prior to the convening of the next National Convention. On behalf of the Constitution and Bylaws Committee, I move the adoption of Amendment Number 4.
The question is on the adoption of Amendment Number 4 to amend the National Constitution, Article 7, Sections 1, and National Bylaws, Article 13, Sections 1. The Constitution and Bylaws Pre-Convention Committee recommends that the amendment be adopted. Is there any discussion?
Madam President, Susan Lee.
I'm looking for you. What microphone?
Speaker number 1.
The chair recognizes microphone number 1.
This amendment affects the amendments to our Constitution and bylaws, a document which governs the world's largest women's veterans organization. Yesterday, proposed amendment number 6 was withdrawn with its replacement to be sent to departments by June 1st, 2013. All amendments should be sent to departments by June 1. We as delegates need time to speak with the members in our department before voting their wishes. 30 days allows little time, and 20 allows even less. Therefore, I speak against this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? The chair recognizes microphone number 4.
Sharon Doran, Department of Arizona. While it seems like 20 days is less, 20 days is actually more. If for a lot of departments do not have their conventions until extremely late, therefore, by having it to the national 20 days prior to national convention gives you 10 more days. Is that not correct? Therefore, I recommend that this be passed.
Is there any further discussion? Are you ready for the question? The question is on the adoption of Amendment Number 4 to amend National Constitution Article 7, Section 1, and the National Bylaws Article 13, Section 1. Please stand. All those in favor of the amendment, please press number 1 on your electronic voting pad. Opposed, please press number 2. Voting is closed. The results will now be displayed. No? $490 in favor, 158 opposed. The amendment has been approved. Sharon?
No, you're fine. Madam National President, the Constitution and Bylaws Committee submits Amendment 5 to amend the National Constitution, Article 5, Sections 1 through 3, and National Bylaws, Article 4, Section 1 through 5, submitted by the National Governing Documents Review Committee. This amendment provides for clarification on the role, responsibility, and authority of the National Executive Committee. The Constitution and Bylaws Pre-Convention Committee recommends the adoption be adopted. If the proposed amendment is passed, Article 5 of the Constitution will read, between national conventions, the National Executive Committee shall serve as the governing body of the organization with fiduciary policy and strategic responsibility for the organization. Section 2, the National Executive Committee shall be comprised of the National President, National Vice President, the 5 Division National Vice Presidents, National Chaplain, National Historian, and 1 Executive Committee woman or alternate from each department, to be elected as such department shall determine, and such other members as provided in Section 3. Section 3, all past national presidents in good standing in the local units shall be members for the life of the National Executive Committee with all rights except the right to vote. Section 4, the term of the office of a National Executive Committee woman shall commence immediately following the adjournment of the National Convention next ensuing and shall end at the adjournment of the next succeeding National Convention. The alternate National Executive Committee woman shall serve only in the absence of the National Executive Committee woman. If the proposed amendment is passed, the section of bylaws will read, Section 1, Role. The National Executive Committee shall serve as the governing body of the organization with fiduciary policy and strategic responsibility for the organization between national conventions. It shall be the duty of the National Executive Committee to ensure that the organization has adequate resources to fulfill its mission. The National Executive Committee is responsible for the organization's adherence to legal standards and ethical norms. Section 2, Duty. It shall be the duty of each National Executive Committee woman to to fulfill the responsibilities of the National Executive Committee and to articulate the organization's mission, accomplishments, and goals to the public and to her department. Section 3, meetings. The National Executive Committee shall meet at least 3 times a year as described in the standing rules. Special meetings may be held upon reasonable notice at the call of the National President. The National President shall call a meeting of the National Executive Committee upon written request of not less than 15 members. Section 4, quorum. A majority of the voting National Executive Committee members shall constitute a quorum of the National Executive Committee. Section 5, authority. All questions affecting the election, eligibility, conduct, and capacity of the national officers shall be referred to and determined by the National Executive Committee. The National Executive Committee shall be responsible for establishing the process and procedure for making the determination that a national officer or a national committee member serving a multiple-year term is incompetent, incapacitated, or otherwise unable to discharge the duties of the national office. All questions affecting the election, eligibility, conduct, and capacity of the National Executive Committee woman from any department or of the department officers or members of the department executive committees shall be referred to and determined by the executive committee or governing board of the department involved, which shall be the final authority thereon. The rules governing the fulfillment of this section shall be as provided in standing rules. On behalf of the Constitution and Bylaws Committee, I move the adoption of Amendment Number 5.
The question is on the adoption of Amendment Number 5 to amend the National Constitution, Article 5, Sections 1 through 4, and National Bylaws, Article 4, Sections 1 through 5. The Constitution and Bylaws Pre-Convention Committee recommends the amendment be adopted. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, are you ready for the question? Please stand. And let me just explain to you the reason that the voting didn't work was because we asked them not to show the election results, and I went too fast and didn't give them time to reprogram. So they will now show on the screen. So those in favor, press number 1, opposed, number 2. They're not working. I know. Could you have the technicians check, because I don't think any of them are working right now. So when they reprogrammed, Terry, could you ask them? They're not working. Have a seat. We'll call you to stand up again in a moment. Oh, stand back up. They're working now. Can we reset it and redo it? I got it for 0. We have 700 votes showing, I guess. Mine just went through, so keep looking and see if.
Madam President, microphone 2.
The chair recognizes the delegate at microphone 2. Where is microphone 2? Okay.
Brenda Collins, Department of South Carolina. May we request that this vote be done away with and a whole new vote taken before any totals are given?
Yeah, I just did that.
Thank you.
So we need to reset. Ready? No? Okay, open the vote, please. Please stand. All in favor of Amendment Number 5, please press number 1. Opposed, number 2. Voting is closed. The results will now be displayed on the screen. "565 votes cast in favor, 53 opposed. The affirmative has the National Constitution, Article 5, Sections 1 to 3, and National Bylaws, Article 4, Sections 1 to 5 are amended." Sharon, please continue.
This is amendment number 7. Madam National President, the Constitution and Bylaws Committee submits amendment number 7 to amend the National Constitution, Article 4 and Article 5, and the National Bylaws, Article 3. This is submitted by the Department of Arizona. This amendment provides for the establishment of the national officer positions of American Legion Auxiliary National Second Vice President, who will serve as chairman of the National Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation Committee, and third vice president, who will serve as chairman of the National Children and Youth Committee. The job descriptions for these two officers are added to the national bylaws in Article 3, along with provisions for the absence of the presiding officer and vacancies for the new officers being added. This amendment also includes the following consequential amendments to the bylaws. Number 1, the new National Second Vice President and National Third Vice President will be added to bylaws, Articles 2, Section 1 and 6. The term Vice President or National Vice President will become National First Vice President in the following: A, National Bylaws, Article 2, Election of Officers, Section 1 and 6. B, National Standing Rules, 5, Duties of the National Officers. The Constitution and Bylaws Pre-Convention Committee recommends that the amendment be adopted. If amended, the section will read: Constitution, Article 4, National Officers. Section 1, the National Convention shall elect annually a National Vice President, a National First Vice President, a National Second Vice President, a National Third Vice President, 5 Division National Vice Presidents, a National Chaplain, and a National Historian. The 5 National Vice Presidents shall serve without seniority, and 1 shall be elected from each division. The National President, National First Vice President, National Second Vice President, and National Third Vice President shall be delegates to the National Convention and members of the National Executive Committee, and shall serve as chairman and vice chairman, respectively, of both bodies. The 5 Division National Vice Presidents, the National Chaplain, and the National Historian shall be delegates to the National Convention and members of the National Executive Committee. Constitution, Article 5, National Executive Committee, Section 1. Between national conventions, the administrative power shall be vested in a National Executive Committee, which shall be composed of the National President, National First Vice President, National Second Vice President, National Third Vice President, the 5 Division National Vice Presidents, National Chaplain, National Historian, and 1 Executive Committee woman or alternate from each department. To be elected as such department shall determine, and such other members as provided in Section 2 hereof. The National Executive Committee woman from each department, by virtue of her office, shall be a member of the Executive Committee of the department which she represents, and her alternate shall act in her behalf in the absence of such committee woman. If the proposed amendment is adopted, the new section of the bylaws will read: Bylaws, Article 3, Duties of Officers, Section 2. National First Vice President. In the absence of the National President at a meeting of the organization, it shall be the duty of the National First Vice President to be the presiding officer. The National First Vice President shall serve as a member of the National Executive Committee. In the event of a vacancy in the office of the National President, the National First Vice President shall become National President and shall assume the duties and authority of the office. She shall assume such other duties as assigned to her by the National President. Should illness or accident permanently incapacitate the National President, or if for any reason she shall be unable to discharge the duties of National President, the National Secretary shall apprise the National Executive Committee, submit to its members medical confirmation from 3 doctors of this incapacitation, and call for a referendum vote to declare the office of the National President vacant and to authorize the National First Vice President to assume the duties and authority of the office. If the unexpired term of office for National President is less than 6 months, A person so named shall be eligible to election by regular process to the office of National President. In event the National First Vice President thus assumes the office of National President, the National Executive Committee shall fill the office of National First Vice President. If this term is less than 6 months, the person so named is eligible to election by regular process to the office of National First Vice President. Section 3. National Second Vice President. The National Second Vice President shall serve as the chairman of the Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation Committee. In the absence of the National President and the National First Vice President at a meeting of the organization, it shall be the duty of the National Second Vice President to be the presiding officer. The National Second Vice President shall serve as a member of the National Executive Committee. In the event of a vacancy in the office of the National Second Vice President, the National Executive Committee shall fill the office of the National Second Vice President. If the unexpired term for the National Second Vice President is less than 6 months, the person so named shall be eligible to election by regular process to the office of National Second Vice President. Section 4. National Third Vice President. The National Third Vice President shall serve as the chairman of the Children and Youth Committee. In the absence of the National President, the National First Vice President, and the National Second Vice President, at a meeting of the organization, it shall be the duty of the National Third Vice President to be the presiding officer. In the absence of the National President and all 3 National Vice Presidents, a chairman pro tem shall be elected. The National Third Vice President shall serve as a member of the National Executive Committee. In the event of a vacancy in the office of National Third Vice President, the National Executive Committee shall fill the office of the National Third Vice President. If the unexpired term of the office for National Third Vice President is less than 6 months, the person so named shall be eligible to election by regular process to the office of National Third Vice President. The current bylaws, Article 3, Sections 3 through 7, will be renumbered as Article 3, Sections 5 to 9 as appropriate. On behalf of the Constitution and Bylaws Committee, I move the adoption of Amendment 7 with the following provision. In the event that the proposed amendments are adopted, the Second Vice President and Third Vice President will not go into effect until election process of National Convention 2013.
The question is on the adoption of Amendment 7 to amend the National Constitution's Article 4 and Article 5 and the National Bylaws, Article 3, Section 2, with the following proviso. In the event that the proposed amendments are adopted, the offices of Second Vice President and Third Vice President will not go into effect until election process at the National Convention in 2013. This amendment also includes consequential amendments to the bylaws and standing rules. The Constitution and Bylaws Pre-Convention Committee recommends that this amendment be adopted. Is there any discussion?
Madam President, microphone 4.
The chair recognizes the delegate at microphone 4.
Coral May Grout, Department of Massachusetts. I'm really concerned about this proposed amendment because the planning process for the next year begins in April, and in some cases before that. All of your national chairmen come together at a meeting in April and begin the planning process to work and begin these programs for the preparation of the coming year. If we sit down and elect a third vice president for children and youth and a second vice president for VA&R, you're going to put off the preparation for those 2 most important programs of the auxiliary for about 6 months. And I think it's going to hurt our organization as a whole by doing this. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the delegate at microphone 2.
Thank you, Madam National President. Trish Ward, delegate from Kansas. I have great concern over this constitutional change and do not endorse its adoption. We've had many great leaders come out of all of our divisions, even the smaller Western and Northwestern divisions. This year, our leading candidate for National Vice President comes from the West, our smallest division with only 109 delegates. I am very proud of my membership within the Central Division, but I have great concern with a delegate count double that of our smaller divisions that this will upset the balance we have enjoyed, leaving the Central Division to fully control the election of our most senior leadership. This will turn into a political divisional minefield. Think about that. Currently, the American Legion Auxiliary provides financial support to our national vice president. So if we add 2 additional vice presidents, do we have to pay them too? I trust someone has thoroughly researched Indiana corporate law on this topic. As a chairman, having served her first year, I can testify as to the importance of the many months of planning, dialogue, and meetings prior to the actual appointment. I have great concern over leaving leadership of two of our most recognized programs to the last minute at convention, thereby negatively impacting a timely execution of a plan of action for these core programs. A stacked division that would control the election, a financial cost to our organization, and late planning and execution of two of our premier programs makes this constitutional amendment a scary and bad proposition for our organization and its members. I strongly oppose this constitutional change and do not endorse its passage. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the delegate at microphone 3.
Madam Chairman, Deborah Munchbach, Department of Arizona. I would like to read the rationale for the amendment in its defense. This amendment is being proposed to safeguard the right of national delegates to elect the organization's national leaders. Currently, the National VNR Chairman and Children and Youth Chairman are appointed by the new national president every year. The practice has developed that these women will automatically go on to run for national vice president and national president. Delegates feel they are being given only one choice when they vote, and other members are being discouraged for running for national vice president or national president if they have not held these two named chairmanships. In essence, members feel that the national presidents are choosing their own successors. It is understood that the office of national president requires experience and skill. By adding the two new offices, the elected officers will have sufficient time to gain this experience and skill, and the delegates will be electing the 4 highest offices in the organization. The aim is to encourage women when they feel they are prepared to run for national office with no specific national appointments implicitly required. And I speak in favor of the resolution, or the amendment, I'm sorry. I have great faith in the ability and integrity of the delegates to choose the most qualified leader and ignore personal reasons that they might vote for somebody. And I thank everyone for their attention and studying of this amendment. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the delegate at microphone number 1.
Phyllis Sickman, Department of New York. The delegate at microphone 3 took the words right out of my mouth. I think it's time that the delegates at the convention had a voice in their leadership, and there is no extra expense as Children and Youth Chairman and Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation Chairman are already called into all things. Time has come.
The chair recognizes the delegate at microphone number 4.
Sharon Doran, Department of Arizona. First of all, I want to thank Sharon Knatzer for reading it thoroughly. She needs to have a drink of water now. And what I would like to explain is I know that this is an exceptionally controversial issue with a lot of ramifications. I would like to kind of clarify something. Let's take a hypothesis. We already know that we're going to have a Children and Youth Chairman who is already in place. Therefore, that Children and Youth Chairman next year, yes, she would have to run for the VANR, the second vice president position. We always look at our candidates as they're coming up and they step into those positions, and we evaluate what they have done through the year. These women that you do have are extremely qualified, and we all know that. We feel that we are capable of looking at the qualifications of everyone that comes up, and that I would see nothing that would say that she wouldn't get that position unless she just did an absolutely horrible job, which we know is not going to happen. I would also like to say that in our department, and I don't know how it is at National, so I don't have all the answers, our second vice president receives no money. Anybody in that receives no money until they get to become a department president, and then they have somewhat of a stipend. I don't see that just because you've given them the name of second vice president, third vice president, that you have to pay them. So I don't see as much of a financial problem. This was done with the good intentions of giving the delegates the right to choose their leaders the same way we choose the President of the United States of America, which sometimes doesn't have any experience at all. So with that said, I want you to know that we are aware of the problems, and we just did not do this willy-nilly. Thank you.
Madam President,
Where are you? The chair recognizes the delegate at microphone number 1.
Madam President, with all respect, the people who are elected to be our national vice president and our national president have been chairman for the national organization for many years. They are the ones who work together with the other chairmen and can actually know who would be the best person to come into the position of leadership to become a national vice president and a national president. I fully have faith that every national vice president has the knowledge to make the best decision for the next person to come in line. We elect them, we support them, we have confidence in their knowledge, and we should allow them to do their job. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the delegate at microphone number 4.
Yes, Alcine Welton, Department of Connecticut. I am opposed to this amendment. I believe that these ladies are watched for many years to see what their qualifications are, and when the choices are made to give them the appointment, the special appointment, they are more than ready for that appointment. If you're concerned that you want to elect somebody else, by virtue of your membership, you can always run off the floor if you dare, and that's my opinion.
The chair recognizes the delegate at microphone number 4. 1, I mean. To me, this is 4, 3, 2, 1. Is this the opposite?
Madam President, Nancy Brown Park from the Department of California. I can only speak on my own experience. I've spent the last 10 years to be elected today as your national vice president. It's taken me that many years to understand better the organization and the responsibility that I have when I become national president. I served 10 years on committees. I've served on special committees. I've served on the foundation. I've served on the long-range strategic planning. I've built a relationship with the American Legion. I've built a relationship with the staff. I've had 10 years to get my family prepared for what I have to do. In my own department, I have to raise $60,000 to $70,000. And I don't think that's possible if you come in as a national children and youth chairman. I speak against the amendment.
The chair recognizes the delegate at microphone number 4.
Sue Diaz from Alaska. I call for the question.
That will take a 2/3 vote, so please stand and we'll vote if we're going to call for the question. This is the vote to end debate. If you agree that you want to end debate, press number 1. If you want to continue debate, press number 2. The voting has been closed for the, would you please show the results? The debate has ended. Are you ready for the question? Please stand. All those in favor of amendment number 7, please press the number 1 key on your electronic voting keypad. By pressing the number 1 button, you are in favor of adopting amendment number 7. All those opposed to the amendment number 7, please press the number 2 on your electronic voting keypad. By pressing number 2, you are opposed to adopting the amendment. The voting is closed. The results will now be displayed on the screen. This takes a two-thirds votes. The negative has it. The National Constitution and bylaws are not amended. I'm sorry. In favor, 376. Opposed, 266. Oh, it's been a long morning. I'm sorry. In favor, 266. Opposed, 376. The amendment has failed. It takes a 2/3 vote. Okay, Sharon. I might have to dial 3309 for my mind after all, right?
Yeah, both of us. Both of us. Madam President Chris, that concludes the amendments to the Constitution and bylaws. However, there is one resolution, and I want to say thank you. It's been very challenging, and it has been a great learning experience.
Will Terry Porter, the Chairman of Resolutions Committee, please present the resolution?
Madam National President, the resolution regarding the Divisional National Vice President's travel was submitted by the Department of Nebraska. It reads as follows. Whereas the American Legion Auxiliary Constitution, Article 4, Section 1 states, the National Convention shall elect annually 5 division national vice presidents, 1 from each division. And whereas when members declare their candidacy to represent their division as a national vice president, they do so with the expectation that they will travel to the departments within their division, as has been established by a longstanding tradition and precedent. And whereas Standing Rule 5, National Division Vice Presidents Number 2, gives specific instruction as to the required process for authorization of said visits by the national president. And whereas the American Legion Auxiliary Guidelines for National Officers book is still being used by upcoming leadership. And whereas the section covering guidelines for division vice presidents, paragraph number 9 states, requests for national visits to departments must be made through the national president's office. The national president will authorize the division vice president's visit so as not to conflict with her own schedule. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Standing Rule 5, Division Vice President, paragraph 2, have the following sentence added. As soon as possible after receipt of the request, the national president will authorize the official visit so as not to conflict with her own travel plans, allowing the national vice president to finalize her travel plans in a timely manner. And be it finally resolved that this change will be hereby adopted by the American Legion Auxiliary Convention body during the 2012 National Convention and become effective during the 2012-2013 administrative year. The Constitution and Bylaws Pre-Convention Committee recommends the resolution not be adopted. Madam President, on behalf of the Resolutions Committee, I move the adoption of the resolution concerning the Divisional National Vice President's travel as just read.
The question is on the adoption of the resolutions as read. The Constitution and Bylaws Committee recommends the resolution not be adopted. Is there any discussion?
Madam President,
The chair recognizes microphone number 4.
Donna Hatfield, the Department of Nebraska. I request that the proposed resolution, which was submitted by the Department of Nebraska, be withdrawn.
Need a second. Nebraska has requested that the resolution be withdrawn. Is there any objection to the resolution being withdrawn? Hearing none, the resolution is withdrawn.
Thank you.
Sharon, are there any other resolutions?
No, Madam President. That concludes the National Constitution and Bylaws report.
Thank you. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you. I think the audience agrees. You did a great job. Thank you. Now it tells me we're going to adjourn because this was from yesterday. Our first part this morning is the Family Support Pod. This pod represents all aspects of a military family's life: faith, patriotism, service, and ongoing education. Please welcome the Family Support Pod.
Madam President, I need to put my glasses on. The members of the Family Support Pod were really excited to begin working with our adopted unit following last year's national convention. But after 3 months of attempts to begin the process, we decided it was not to be. So in December, we advertised for a unit who would be interested in working with us. When the preliminary ad didn't produce any results, the members of our pod began making contacts with people and asking them to help us locate a unit. At the Washington conference, we were pleased to announce that 2 units had come forward and agreed to work with us. Once again, it was not to be, and these relationships dissolved in the spring. However, we are happy to report that each of the members of our pod received many exciting reports from units who embraced the pod approach. So today, we will be telling you about some of them. We'll begin with Americanism. Melanie.
The Department of Florida did an outstanding job promoting Americanism in their department. Military families were not left behind as Florida's units went into the classrooms promoting flag etiquette and the Americanism essay contest. They volunteered over 1,705 hours, spending $5,288, helping 1,065 family members. A total of 221 essays were submitted, and Unit 273 Madera Beach enlisted an entire 5th grade class to participate in the essay contest, submitting a total of 86 essays from that one school. Another outstanding project was accomplished by Unit 14, where they presented Braille flags inscribed with the Pledge of Allegiance to visually impaired students at 2 St. Petersburg schools. Way to go, Florida. What an outstanding report.
The Harold Gregory Memorial Unit number 626 from the Department of Texas combined Americanism and community service into their education program to truly achieve the pod approach. This unit is only 3 miles from a military base, so they were able to really work through the theme identified by our national president, Chris Nelson. They adopted the Burton Hill Elementary School. The members donated 400 composition books to the school instead of a variety of supplies. The school also requested felt furniture pads to go under the legs of student desks in order to reduce noise and provide a calm atmosphere. Students wrote thank you notes to the auxiliary and post, and these were pasted onto a huge roll of construction paper and displayed at the post. The Americanism component included the promotion of flag etiquette, patriotism, and respect for the flag. Each student received a lapel pin and Pledge of Allegiance, along with a flag etiquette book. The community service component of the unit's program this year involved a chicken kebab and rice dinner with summer side dishes and dessert. Yummy. The community was invited to participate. They held a raffle for several items. The proceeds were used to purchase composition books for the Burton Elementary School, as well as another elementary school, the A.V. Cato Elementary School. Now Nene Lynch will talk about the chaplain's component.
The chaplain's reports for the pod included information about Dr. Doyle Williams, who placed a wreath at the Haleyville War Memorial, which has names of those who made the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom in Haleyville, Alabama. American Legion member Dr. Doyle Williams is 92 years of age. This activity was accomplished as a community service activity as well as for that of the chaplain.
The Family Support Pod asked that the units select one of our targeted groups of people and adopt them for the year, providing anything and everything they could think of to assist them. Many units did exactly this and didn't even realize they were following the instructions to a T. Here's Martha Corriher with the community service component.
The Palmer Roberts American Legion Auxiliary Unit 214 from Willoughby, Ohio, took the Operation Impact Challenge and adopted more than one of the targeted groups the American Legion helps. I want to share some of the work they did for the homeless veteran population. This unit began in August with a barbecue lunch and an outdoor activity. In September, they participated in the Salute to the Military event, sharing with all veterans what the auxiliary had to offer them. In November, they assembled baskets for the homeless and other military families. December finds them hosting a dessert party and gifts for the homeless veterans. January produced more buddy bags for the homeless vets. Then in February, they prepared Valentine treat bags and presented them to the homeless vets. So you see, this unit selected group of veterans made it a priority during the year. The unit did not only remember our homeless vets, but they also reported projects that covered local veterans, the active duty military, and all their families, also to be remembered every month during the year. On average, the number they had participate were 35 members out of a membership goal of 269.
Thank you for all your work with the Family Support Team this year. You made a huge difference. Madam President, that concludes our pod report.
Thank you very much. For God and country is a value that our organization is proud of, and National Chaplain Nene Lynch has helped us remember that throughout this year. She joins us now to present her report.
Madam President Chris, it has been an absolute joy to serve as your national chaplain for the year 2011-2012. I've had the pleasure of working with department and unit chaplains across the nation. We've maintained contact by email and the chaplain's Facebook page, first established by past national chaplain Vicki Thrower. I received formal reports from 15 department chaplains and a few unit chaplains. The department with the most outstanding report was California. Chaplain Alzora Carter sent a detailed report of the many activities throughout her state. She included a CD with the coverage of a memorial service honoring the past national president, Josie Melgard. She reported cards of encouragement, sympathy, and get well sentiments from units in her state alone of over 8,000. Combined with those of other states reporting, the numbers soared to more than 25,000. I received a report from Haleyville Unit 33 in Alabama, the members of which have performed many activities honoring the military service of those in their community. Of their many outstanding activities, they've placed vases of red, white, and blue flowers and American flags on either side of a memorial area they created at their city hall, honoring casualties from their locality of all wars. They made donations to churches. They placed books in church libraries, school libraries, and public libraries in honor of deceased members. Spiritual assistance to the family of a child whose life was lost in a fire. Like countless other units nationally, Unit 33 made donations to Children of Warriors Fund, Auxiliary Emergency Fund, National Veterans Creative Arts Festival, Spirit of Youth, and American Legion Auxiliary Foundation in honor of deceased members in their respective units. They set up a memorial shelf for Mark Forrester from their town whose life was lost in Afghanistan. His picture and uniform is displayed alongside flags and an Air Force plaque engraved and placed in his honor. They presented his family with the United States Air Force prayer. They attended a memorial service for Korean War veterans in their area, adopted 2 families of the 115th in Afghanistan. They've provided additional assistance to other families of the 115th. They've observed diversity, and they honor people of varying nationalities in their community. This unit exemplifies the activities of units throughout the United States in service to the spiritual and physical needs of their members, veterans, active military, and their families. The American Legion Auxiliary has reported 12,328 members deceased this administrative year. These members have been memorialized through services, the draping of their charters, and memorial donations. The ill and bereaved have been encouraged and uplifted through cards, letters, visits, and prayers. Madam President, the unit chaplains of the American Legion Auxiliary have honored the service of veterans of all wars, assisted their families and those of active service military, as well as the dependents of those lost in service to their country. They've upheld the priorities of the American Legion Auxiliary through spiritual counsel, prayer, and loving gifts. Last but not least, they have provided me with beautiful thoughts and prayers for your prayer book. And now, Madam President Chris, it is an honor to present to you your own personal book of prayers and devotional thoughts to peruse at your leisure. Included are submissions from across the nation, and it has been my pleasure to compile them with illustrations for your reading pleasure. I hope you'll find time now to relax and enjoy them. And may your spirit soar in the knowledge that you are highly regarded in the American Legion Auxiliary throughout the entire nation. Madam President, this concludes my report.
Thank you so much.
You are so welcome.
Thank you all who submitted prayers. This is beautiful, and I look forward to reading it. It's a book of prayers, American Legion Auxiliary. I felt your prayers all year, Nene. I got through the year without ever even one time being sick. And thank you all. We serve for God first, and I saw that across our nation. Thank you.
You're most welcome. Madam President, delegates, I present past National President Ms. Virginia Hobbs to memorialize and celebrate the life of past National President Josie Melgard of California.
Today we celebrate the life of past National President Josie Melgard. Josie was elected National President for 1985-1986 in New Orleans, Louisiana. Josie was a 64-year member of the American Legion Auxiliary and served California as its department president in 1970-1971. One of Josie's proud coincidences for both those years of service was the service of Ronald Reagan, who served as governor of California when she was department president, and who was the president of the United States when she was national president. Josie and her husband Bob were married on December the 7th, 1947. Josie and Bob's union lasted a wonderful 64 years before her death on December the 8th, 2011. Although Josie was an Arkansan by birth, she spent most of her life in California. Josie carried a calm demeanor and wonderful sense of humor. Once at a President and Secretary's conference, she dressed in a shirt representing California, which denoted California as the land of fruit and nuts. That was a pretty appropriate shirt for someone hailing from Raisin Unit. Bob and Josie had 3 daughters, Diane, Debbie, and Doreen. Bob never stood a chance at winning a discussion. Their cat was even female. As the Melgard family grew with 8 grandchildren and 3 great-grandchildren, Bob's odds stayed just about the same, as they only had 1 grandson. Josie's greatest joy was spending time with her family. Walt Disney World was a favorite destination, and the entire family traveled there 3 separate times. She also loved Hawaii, where she and Bob spent as much time and visited as often as possible. Josie and Bob were part of a close-knit family of friends whose cookie parties and 4th of July picnics were highly anticipated for nearly 50 years. I can imagine Josie as a mother like June Cleaver, except with 3 daughters. Josie's daughters shared stories with me about Josie's efficiency in sewing replicas of dresses she saw at the store and in creating outfits using her knitting machine. Josie created and perpetuated traditions. Within the Melgard family, one tradition was the Swarovski Christmas ornaments. Each summer, Josie ordered the upcoming Christmas ornament for her tree and for each of the girls. For 2011, Josie had ordered the ornaments prior to her stroke in September. Josie was a tremendous friend, mentor, confidant, and mother. From the year I served as one of Josie's roses, the department presidents of 1985-86, Josie was a beloved friend, and fitting within the age ranges of her family, I was accepted as part of that family. Josie was a mentor, not only within the Department of California, but across the country, as she encouraged members from coast to coast to participate in our programs and to aspire to greater achievements. Josie was a tremendous advocate of our youth. Josie first served the national organization as the National Junior Activities Chairman. She was repeatedly a member of the staff of Girls Nation and chose her special project relating to youth. Many of you may remember the Center for Missing and Abused Children started after the abduction of young Adam Walsh. Well, Josie chose working to remedy the growing tragedy of missing and abused children as a special project for her year. She asked that the auxiliary join the American Legion in a nationwide campaign to educate parents and children about the dangers that existed. To augment the importance of that special effort, the center's founder, John Walsh, was a special guest at the Awareness Assembly, and the auxiliary's Public Spirit Award was presented to Kenneth Wooden, founder and director of the National Coalition for Children's Justice. Josie was a career woman, serving as parlier court clerk for several years, and she subsequently became office manager at Reedley Medical Center, a position she held for over 30 years. Josie was innovative and forward-thinking. Each of you is probably aware of the direct member solicitation, direct mail solicitation for fundraising, and the direct renewal program. All 3 of those programs were tested in 1985-86 and constitute several important current practices. Josie was a tremendous auxiliary member and friend. Her counsel, guidance, and friendship is sorely missed by those who knew her.
And now may I present past National President Ms. Carol Van Kirk to memorialize and celebrate the life of past National President Ms. Elsie Bailey Comer of New Jersey.
On August 4th, 2012, past National President Elsie Bailey Comer of Whiting, New Jersey, passed away, leaving a loving husband, Jake, a wonderful family, and a multitude of friends. Elsie had 2 children and 4 grandchildren. Daughter, Deb Murphy, and her husband, Rich, have 3 sons, Ryan, Craig, and Thomas. Son Jim and his wife, Barbara, have 1 son, Michael. Elsie also leaves two stepdaughters, a stepson, and 8 step-grandchildren. After 23 years of dedication to Somerset Medical Center, she retired as personnel director in 1990. Elsie was eligible for membership in our organization through her late husband, John, who died in 1998. She joined Stevenson D'Alessio Unit 12 in 1961. Elsie was the only member ever honored jointly by her unit and post as Unit Woman of the Year. She was president of the Department of New Jersey from 1988 to 89. Elsie was installed as the 2002-2003 national president in Charlotte, North Carolina. Her theme for the year was America Pure Gold. Her patriotism and love of country were at the heart of her inaugural address, as she declared her intent to continue the surge of patriotism that began with the attack upon our country, September 11, 2001. She firmly believed that America is not only the land of golden opportunity, but it is pure, solid gold. Elsie also believed that the American Legion family and its programs, our veterans and military service personnel, and our children are pure, solid gold to America. She developed a warm, close friendship with her American Legion National Commander, Ronald Connolly, and the Sons of the American Legion Commander, Steve Laws, which they nurtured until her death. Her generosity was evident when she shared her Far East trip with past National President Sherry McLaughlin, who did not have the opportunity for the experience during her year of service due to her husband's illness. Donations of $50,000 were contributed for her special project, Veterans Pot of Gold, which was used solely to provide benefits to veterans. She was a lover of country music and incorporated that into an effective membership theme, Country Hearts in Celebration. Departments enjoyed festivities centered on the theme, including square dances and hoedowns. On March 19, 2003, President George W. Bush declared war on Iraq, and Operation Iraqi Freedom began. The auxiliary could not have had a better leader than Elsie in the days ahead. She urged all members, and I quote, to pray and then stand together, proud and strong, in encouragement and support for the President of these United States, for our troops, and for our America Pure Gold. During her administrative year, a new Youth Hero Award was introduced into the Children and Youth program to recognize and honor children and youth under the age of 18 who performed heroic deeds. On a more personal note, Elsie shared with me one embarrassing moment she had as a national president, and she told the story frequently. She visited Secretary of State Colin Powell. He was interesting and informative, but he was also very charming and handsome. She froze and was speechless, but he graciously led her through the awkward moment. As she left his office, Secretary Powell turned to his secretary, winked, and remarked, "I've still got it." Elsie had a passion for playing cards and thoroughly enjoyed beating her opponent. I know because I rarely won when we played concentration. She could keep score on the tiniest scrap of paper. The time arrived in 2009 when past National Commander Jake Comer invited Elsie, Sherry McLaughlin, and me to dinner. It was a lovely evening, but it became obvious that neither Sherry nor I were the focus of the commander's attention. Elsie kept insisting his attention was only as a friend. Sherry and I felt the lady doth protest too much. It was no surprise to us when she announced they were to be married August 14th, 2010. Elsie was completely unknown to me when she called after I received my first national appointment and invited me to room with her at the chairman's meeting. That was the beginning of a wonderful friendship. Elsie will always be remembered for her Queen Elizabeth wave, her fun spirit, her dedication and commitment to any responsibility she accepted, her love of people, for always taking the time to share herself and her worldly goods. She was loved by many, both within our American Legion family and beyond. Some believe she is overseeing our activities even today, but I believe she has set up permanent, unknown residency over Atlantic City, New Jersey, where she is beating the odds. Farewell, my friend.
With us this morning is Elsie's husband, Jake Comer, who would like to give us a few moments of our time.
I'll try to get through it. Madam President Chris, and Secretary Debbie, past National President Carol, all distinguished officers and members of the auxiliary, delegates and alternates, my fellow auxiliary members from Massachusetts, and my adopted New Jersey, ladies and gentlemen. Elsie and I appreciated a very short visit together, but what a wonderful ride. We spent our 3 months in Florida for 3 years in a row, enjoying the hospitality of those wonderful members of the Legion and Auxiliary of Florida, traveling to many of their posts and banquets. Probably 5 or 6 cruises. Elsie being 100% Italian, which most people didn't realize that. She didn't look Italian. She had never been to Italy, and that was one of her pleasures. I said, then we'll do it. We flew to Barcelona, Spain, picked up a cruise ship, and visited Sicily and Naples and Rome and Florence, and flew back. And we did other trips, 2 cruises up the Rhine River in Germany during the Christmas week. But we arrived home from Florida around April 1st of this year. Prior to that, we had been to the Washington conference, and everyone said, Jake, how could this happen? We were just in her company. She wasn't feeling well, so on April 5th, I said, you're going to the hospital, and she did. Found out she had 2 blood clots on the lung. The next day, the 6th, she received a massive stroke, which would be one of 4 strokes while she was in the hospital. Completely paralyzed on the left side from head to toe, and she spent 4 months in a terrible way that you would not want to see her in that light. She never knew she was paralyzed. She never knew she had a stroke. She knew me in and out for 4 months. But I was there 10 to 12 hours every day for 4 months by her side. But the thanks that I have to give to all of you To Debbie especially, who called me every week and we went over her condition so that she could inform each and every one of you, I thank you, Debbie. To Chris and the organization for the flowers sent to us at her funeral as a representative of your great organization. So what did you do? While her illness, she received 800 cards. On the final day before she died, I received the 800th card and over 200 emails. Here's a woman receiving 1,000 hits because of her love, devotion, and affection. Everyone I talk to here, when they come up to me, they said, Jake, when she walked into a room, the room lit up. And she mentored so many of you. And that will always be a reminder for me. For the department presidents during her year that sent me so many cards, headed up by one of her own that's now the first vice president, Nancy. So ladies and gentlemen, again, my adopted Department of New Jersey was so great. When I took her up to Massachusetts, they fought with New Jersey from that day on, claiming her as their own. They truly, and I thank you, ladies, the way you accepted her and loved her. At the final commitment, there were 15 states represented at her funeral, over 175 at the final mass. And then she was cremated, and 3-4 days later, 2 weeks ago tomorrow, she was buried at the National Cemetery in New Jersey, named after past National Commander William Doyle. So ladies, this is the final moment for me as I've tried to get through this week, and I've done it because when we hear, we forget. And when we see, we remember. It's when we do, we understand. God bless you all.
Thank you, Nini, for that moving ceremony. Josie and Elsie were dedicated to our mission of honoring the service of our veterans and military. We were lucky to call them friends, and they will be greatly missed. The Americanism Committee provides learning opportunities and instructional resources for important things every good citizen should know, such as learning about the Constitution, flying the flags on patriotic holidays, and sending pocket flags to our troops overseas. Here to tell you more is National Chairman Melanie Taylor. Melanie?
Madam National President, American Legion Auxiliary members all across this country have shared your National President's theme. In the spirit of God and country, we serve our veterans, military, and their families by showing their true patriotic spirit and Americanism in their day-to-day routine and lives. Members throughout this nation have stepped up and worked the Americanism Plan of Action objectives. Everyone shows their patriotism in their own way, whether it is wearing a flag pin on the lapel of your coat, flying Old Glory on the flagpole in their front yard, or standing and covering their heart when the flag of the United States passes by at a country fair parade. Objective number 1 was to be a patriot through unit involvement in community events, promoting the ALA's value of Americanism through community education about flag etiquette. Units presented flag disposal ceremonies showing the proper way to retire worn and torn flags. Homes and businesses flying tattered flags were given new flags, and Let's Be Right on flag etiquette brochures were handed out. Certificates of appreciation were distributed to businesses, thanking them for flying the American flag and promoting the Auxiliary Americanism program. Thousands of flags were donated not only to other organizations, but were given to children in classrooms as the history of our American flag was discussed and questions were answered. Bookmarks, comic books, and coloring books were also handed out. Pocket flags were made by young and old. School children sat in their classroom and folded the pocket flags, knowing they would be going to the men and women serving overseas. Unit members, some with arthritic fingers, sat and made a day of folding flags, sharing a meal, and having a great time trying to tuck in that final flap. In New York, members involved themselves in local and state elections by working in the polls and assisted those unable to transport themselves to polling stations to ensure that they were able to cast their vote. Members throughout this nation sat down and wrote letters to their congressmen and senators asking for their support on the Flag Protection Amendment, Senate Joint Resolution 19, and House Joint Resolution 13, prohibiting the physical desecration of the flag of the United States. California has one member who is active in History Through the Eyes of Women, with costume first-person presentation, and features Betsy Ross at the Ronald Reagan Library, showing visitors how to cut a paper 5-point star. She also developed and presents a museum lecture titled Women's Contributions During World War I and World War II, inspired by poster art, celebrating women who gave so much to the war effort. Objective number 2 was to increase awareness and participation in youth activities that support proper respect for our flag and loyalty to our country. Units were encouraged to participate in the Americanism Essay Contest by increasing awareness and promoting the essays in their schools, 4-H, YMCA, Big Brothers, Big Sisters organization, and FFA, Future Farmers of America. This year's theme, How Can I Show My Patriotism in My Community, raised awareness and presented a theme for the students to really think about. In Illinois, 58 units sponsored 2,500 students in the essay contest from 160 schools within the state. Over 300 awards were given out, totaling $5,500. The essay winners in each division were announced in the Americanism Pre-Convention meeting. The winners in each division received a certificate and $50 will be sent in their name to the National President's Scholarship Fund. Objective number 3 promoted the auxiliaries' participation in the American Legion Americanism programs. Members participated in the American Legion baseball program by sponsoring teams, buying uniforms, keeping score, working the concession stands, and driving the teams to games. They also volunteered as escorts, timekeepers, and judges at the oratorical contests. And the junior shooting sports program had auxiliary members not only serving as scorekeepers, drivers, and coaches, but some ladies were actually marksmen in this sport and taught the junior participants how to shoot a firearm. Special thanks to the Americanism Committee for their hard work in judging the essays and the other year-end awards. Madam National President, I think you can tell by these remarks that the units across America have demonstrated every day that they truly are patriots. On January 20th, 1961, in his inaugural speech, President John F. Kennedy once said, "Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country." Madam President, I believe we have shown just that, and this concludes my platform remarks.
Thank you, Melanie. Are there any resolutions?
No, Madam President, there are not.
Excellent report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Investing time and money to educate our youth is literally an investment in America's future. We know the sacrifices of our veterans are the reason we live in freedom and are easing the burden of the cost of children's education is one way that we can express our gratitude. Please welcome National Chairman Coral May Grout with Education Report. Coral?
Madam President, this report is based upon reports submitted from all 52 departments of the American Legion Auxiliary. Thank you. The amount of involvement with the education program ran the spectrum of no activity to extensive involvement in all areas of the program. There were many outstanding activities conducted during the past year. In the Department of Georgia, Unit 77 conducted 5 educational area activities. They purchased $350 worth of supplies for their local schools. The supplies included magazine subscriptions, classroom flags, rulers, paper products, pens, pencils, and markers. The unit handed out 2 $2,000 scholarships and made a financial contribution to the National President's Scholarship, educating the children of warriors. But the unit wasn't done with the program yet. They worked with their local schools to have veterans in the classroom. They helped with classroom reading programs by donating 47 hours to assist 150 students. The quality of applications for scholarships was very high. The awards will go far to help students reach their educational goals. Many winners sent thank you notes. One such note came from Michaela Geringer from the Department of Iowa. She wrote, "Thank you so very much for selecting me to receive the Spirit of Youth Scholarship. It means so much to me because it will ease the cost of college for me and my family." Give 10 was successful once again throughout the country. Winter Park Unit 112 from the Department of Florida reported their activities. They involved their community in gathering items for the program. The members of the unit placed a dozen collection baskets in various storefronts within their community. The donations included 25 backpacks and more than $700 in supplies. Supplies included folders, pencils, crayons, markers, notebook paper, erasers, scissors, and rulers. The unit purchased additional items for their project and stuffed the backpacks with supplies. Each backpack was given to children of military families at the Cheney and Eastbrook elementary schools. And this unit didn't stop there. Members produced reading rocket packets that were delivered to first grade classes. Members volunteered their time to shop for books, download and print parent resource information, and assemble the packets to deliver to the school. The unit is already planning for packets for next year's second grade class. The unit donated fruit and pastry for each of the elementary schools during American Education Week. More than 100 teachers and staff received the food gifts at each school. The unit has worked collaboratively with their elementary schools to support student achievement. The first annual Unit 112 Scholastic Achievement Award was presented to outstanding 5th graders in May. The award consists of a medal, and certificate. The unit spent nearly $1,000 on educational activities and many man-hours. The Veterans in the Classroom program reached students from elementary through secondary school in nearly every department. Banner Unit 109 from Benson, North Carolina, reached 1,330 students from 3 schools. 7 veterans stationed themselves at locations around the Meadow School Gymnasium. There were 2 World War II veterans, including one who jumped on D-Day into Normandy, 2 Korean War veterans, and 3 Vietnam War veterans. Groups of children rotated from veteran to veteran. Each discussed their lives during the wars. They brought uniforms, small equipment, helmets, foreign money, postcards, and pictures. At the end, the auxiliary handed each child a gift, either veteran dog tags or a Proud to be an American bookmark. Some veterans were interviewed in history classes. The unit provided educational materials to the teachers of those classes. A different group of veterans visited the Benson Elementary School. Skits were done at this school, and at the middle school, 2 veterans told about their experiences. They brought items to show, and students looked these over. There was a question and answer. Finally, each student received a set of dog tags. Many units were able to promote the education program to military children, often in the same environment as non-military children, as was done in North Carolina. Thank you to all the units and departments who honored the service of our military through the education program this year. Madam President, that concludes my platform remarks.
Thank you, Coral. Are there any resolutions?
There are none.
Thank you for an informative report. Community service projects focus on enhancing the quality of life for our veterans and their families. Auxiliary members are continuously at work in their communities, demonstrating the compassion and heart we have for those who served our country and gave so much. Here to report the accomplishments of Community Service Committee is National Chairman Martha Corrier. Martha?
Madam National President, American Legion Auxiliary members across our great country took your theme of serving veterans, militaries, and their families to heart all year. They hit the streets in search of those American patriots from past wars to the current one. The activities I'm about to share didn't occur in just one unit across our country, but they occurred in many throughout our nation. Auxiliary members are in tune with what activities need to be held and made wonderful music honoring those we serve. Units held dinners in their communities inviting all veterans and their families and other service members to attend during holidays. At one such dinner in Pennsylvania, they paid special tribute to the oldest veteran in attendance. What a surprise to find out that the oldest veteran there was also the chauffeur for President Richard Nixon. Military families are adopted by units providing such needed help to the families. Units cooked meals and delivered them. They babysat for parents that needed some well-deserved couple time out, provided toys for families during holidays when money was short, provided transportation for mothers when children needed to go somewhere when their car was broken. And when it comes to raising money, no one does it better than this auxiliary when it comes to providing funds for a sick child of our active duty service members or a veteran. The auxiliary knows how to have fun and how to share it with their communities. Units hosted Easter egg hunts providing refreshments, games, candy, and of course the Easter Bunny herself. Units planned events in their communities in conjunction with other community events so they could make their presence known in their communities to let others know what the American Legion Auxiliary has to offer our veterans, active duty service members, and the youth in the communities. Units also took the time to encourage and invite citizens to assist them in their projects directed toward the veterans in their area. Citizens of all ages took the challenge and provided items, time, and companionship to make the day brighter of a local veteran much brighter. Units got creative with activities. One unit provided an all-expense-paid day of fishing for veterans of all ages and some with very obvious disabilities. This was not only great therapy for the veterans, but a time for the auxiliary to share their love and to thank those veterans who had served to keep us safe and free. When returning soldiers came back to their community, the auxiliary was there to access their needs and get her done. One unit held a fundraiser for a young man seriously injured in Afghanistan to help with his immediate needs. Some units even held pep rallies to boost energy and to show how to spread the excitement about community service projects. Units asked their communities to help provide items at Christmas time to make the holidays brighter for veterans, and this was a merry one. The request was answered, and the unit loaded cars, vans, and yes, even a bus to make their rounds to deliver the Christmas cheer to their veterans. Santa Claus was helping to lead the way. Units assisted with Veterans Day programs at the Veterans Memorial Parks, nursing homes, state veterans homes, and Veterans Affairs and rehabilitation hospitals. These events I've just described reflect special circumstances. However, the mission didn't stop for special events, and it impacts what the auxiliary does all through the year. So I'm going to share some things they did that weren't special events. Units answered the call to perform a service each month in their community to help our veterans and their families. Some units adopted an active duty service member's family or a veteran and made sure they were remembered by the unit in some way every month. Some units took it a step further and did a different activity, opened up to the entire community, inviting them to assist, making the lives of our veterans and the active duty members a part of their own families. They set up tables whenever a happening in their area was going on to make the auxiliary's vision and mission aware. Many units reported that this not only introduced them to veterans within their area, but they found new members willing and wanting to join the auxiliary because they have finally found out what our programs offer. What makes this report even sweeter is that what I've described didn't happen in the large units, but these were events produced and provided by the small units in the rural communities. So this goes to show if they can do it, anybody can do it. This was also a fire that they got started, and this one needs to connect and keep growing, and a fire we don't want to put out like the blazes in the west this fall. We want them to take this and run with it so that we keep this fire and this spark going. Some comments from veterans and active duty members reported to this chairman from units doing these projects were, we thought nobody cared about our needs and would not be willing to help us. You were sent to us by God because you showed us and provided just what we had prayed for during our prayer time that morning. I know what it means to be a servant to others. Your loving actions and generosity has renewed my faith in humanity. Madam National President, this concludes my platform remarks.
Thank you, Martha. Are there any resolutions?
No, Madam President, there are none.
Thank you for an informative report. Our next pod to present is the Membership Development Pod. This pod looks forward to a reinvigorating auxiliary through strategic planning, leadership, compassion, and telling the story of mission delivery. Please help me welcome the Family Support Pod.
Madam National President, honoring their values, honoring their sacrifice, honoring their service. The membership pod worked with 2 departments in the creation of their membership project, making the American Legion Auxiliary an organization that recognizes the great sacrifice and service of veterans and auxiliary and entices the public to join the auxiliary. The creation of the Wall of Honor by Barnett Harrison Unit 505, Department of Louisiana, and by Chattahoochee Valley Unit 67 in the Department of Alabama did just that. You will notice that the Walls of Honor created in Louisiana and Alabama show great versatility in order to conform to the time frames and space constraints in each department. In the Department of Louisiana, Bonnet Harrison Unit 505, a Wall of Honor contest was held at their midwinter conference for the most creative honoring their service poster. The contest brought in many impressive posters, each one a salute to outstanding veterans and military. The wonderful posters were on display for the entire weekend, bringing many comments that began with, "Wow." The poster contest allowed many auxiliary members to create honoring their service posters and display them for attendees at midwinter. In the Chattahoochee Valley unit, members jumped into the project. 19 of 22 members provided information and photos for the display, and at the same time made a donation to the Auxiliary Emergency Fund for the privilege of showing the photo of their very important service member. Unit members contacted local businesses for locations to display the Walls of Honor. City halls, the county library, and restaurants were glad to post the displays in their buildings. The format of their Walls of Honor was large whiteboards set on easels. Every honoree had a 5x7 area with their photo, name, branch of service, dates of active duty, and the name or relationship of the auxiliary member. By posting the Walls of Honor on whiteboards and easels, the displays could be rotated to different locations on a weekly basis. The Chattahoochee Valley unit used a variety of public relations methods to get the word out regarding their Walls of Honor. Local television, radio stations, and newspapers provide the advertising for the project. Information about the auxiliary, the Wall of Honor project, and how the public could get involved was also available on each site. Community members were invited to provide information on their special veterans or active duty service members for the Walls of Honor and to donate to the Auxiliary Emergency Fund. Unit Vice President Barber reported, "We think the program is successful, and yes, you can tie various aspects of the pod together. We raised funds for the AEF, acquired a new member, made some good contacts, and really worked the public relations aspect. Congratulations to Chattahoochee Valley Unit 67, Department of Alabama, for their Wall of Honor, and to Bonnet Harrison Unit 505, Department of Louisiana, for their honoring their service posters. Note how each department used the same project concept, honored their special military and veterans, and informed the public about the work of the American Legion Auxiliary while adopting the project to their own department situation. The Wall of Honor project, as found in the Plan of Action, can be expanded or condensed to meet your unit's needs or your department's needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Long-range strategic planning helps an organization prepare for the future, anticipate and manage change, improve decision-making processes, and identify existing strengths. Here to tell us how all of this gets accomplished is Jan Palvamakarayan, past national president and national chairman of the Long Range Strategic Planning Committee. Jan?
Madam President, strategic planning is a disciplined approach to deciding what an organization is, what it does, and why it does it, with a focus on the future. Strategic planning produces a framework that enables the organization to focus its energy, coordinate the efforts of individuals so that they are working toward the same goals, and assesses the organization's response to changing factors and adjusts accordingly. It is really a document of agreements about the future of the organization and the steps to get there. Our mission statement tells us why we exist. This statement makes it clear about who we serve in our communities. The vision statement tells us what we want the organization to be in the future: the premier service organization for people to join, to help us fulfill our mission, vision, and to support the purposes of our organization. These clarifying documents are meant to show to the public the reason for our existence as an organization, summarizing our purpose and direction. They describe why the organization was created and its ultimate dream for the future. Strategic planning initiatives completed include our American Legion Auxiliary Gateway to Services, a resource for veterans and military families. It's on the national website, directing viewers to help, including family, community and social services, health and wellness, career training and education, and financial and legal support, providing a one-stop shopping option to help them find the help they need for a variety of concerns. Technology, including a newly designed website, and the membership system IMUS, the ALA Character Initiative, membership, leadership, and minimum standards developed for units and departments by the Unit and Department Standards team. Plans are in place to include these findings in a guide for departments and in the unit handbook from these initiatives. The team also developed a new governance model that was discussed at this national convention. Future initiatives will be developed and brought to the NEC for approval at the Washington, D.C. conference. The strategic plan is the backbone that supports the rest of the body. Operational, departmental, and individual plans are drafted by staff, for staff. Business plans and budgets are drafted by your financial officers and committees. Fundraising plans are created by development staff and our ALA Foundation Board. All must relate to the strategic plan. Madam President, that concludes my platform remarks.
Thank you, Jan. Are there any resolutions?
No, Madam President, there are not.
Thank you for your great report. Our organization depends upon ever-emerging stream of competent new leaders, trained and guided by experienced leaders, to assume leadership within the auxiliary and advance its mission long into the future. Here to tell us how the auxiliary offers a variety of opportunities for our members to serve in leadership roles is National Chairman Mary Davis. Mary?
Madam National President Chris, Dwight Eisenhower once said, "Leadership is the art of getting someone else to do something you want done because she wants you to do it, because she wants to do it." Leadership as an art, is an interesting concept. It is the art of moving forward, getting things done, inclusion, encouraging, mentoring, helping, and achieving success, All this and more because others consider you as someone who is worth working alongside, learning from, or following. Department Chairman Sue Heil creatively defined the art of leadership to Oklahoma members in her fall leadership presentation as, to lead is a verb meaning to go before or with, to show the way. To conduct by holding and guiding. To influence or induce. To guide in direction, course, action, opinion, etc. To conduct or bring in a particular course. Leadership as a noun. It is the position or function of a leader, a person who guides or directs a group. The ability to lead. Many other department chairmen within our organization have succeeded in giving their units the tools necessary to accomplish our programs, conduct effective meetings, and learn more about our organization. Nearly all the department chairmen reported the successes they had within their department, and many also shared success stories of units. Department of New Mexico Chairman Teresa Montoya began the year by preparing a basic department plan of action with specific purposes and action steps. These intermediate action steps facilitated easy reporting of what units had accomplished. Chairman Montoya also reported that the history of the American Legion Auxiliary from 1921 to 1999, as presented in the Leadership Correspondence course, was requested and studied by several units. Many new members did not know how or why the organization had been originally founded and found this information very interesting and useful. It is our part that we will mold our future, and it is up to us to teach the future members what and where we want our organization to be in the next 90+ years. Many departments provided leadership booklets to their district and unit leadership. Wisconsin shared a copy of their booklet. It is very comprehensive and inviting to read. This material helped inspire Brookfield Unit 449 to develop a unit leadership manual for their members. And La Crosse Unit 53 took an additional step in leadership by challenging the entire executive committee to successfully complete the National Leadership course. Chairman Joyce Endres said the unit may not have met the National's 50% completion by units before the deadline, but Unit 53 is committed to teaching new members and engaging all of our seasoned members to revisit the great history of the ALA. Taking advantage of new technology, Texas Chairman Kim Palisota created a DVD to share great leadership tools more quickly and easily. The DVD included the department's ABC's leadership book, the National Leadership Correspondence course, Junior Leadership Correspondence course, Parliamentary Procedures, and Flag Etiquette. It also covered such topics as membership, duties of officers, effective committees, great guest etiquette, veterans services and volunteers, IRS tax information, and auxiliary song, and much more. Among departments that conducted formal leadership training was the Department of Georgia. Chairman Sue Mash reported that 11 of their 12 districts held leadership workshops. They polled the membership to determine their members' interests, then tailored the workshops to focus on these areas. Because of this initiative, they had 283 members attending from 69 different units. The agenda included parliamentary procedure, financial practices, protocol, district and unit constitution and bylaws, and the National Leadership Correspondence course. Now, the updated and enhanced National Leadership Correspondence course has been completed and posted on the national website. This PowerPoint presentation will bring to life the course for our members. Remember each national president as you learn about our history, discover program highlights, and learn about auxiliary protocol. Also new on the web is the Enhanced Junior course. Again, it is presented in a PowerPoint format, allowing junior members to follow Annie Auxiliary as she leads them through the course. Both presentations can be completed individually or in a group setting. Madam National President, this completes my remarks.
Thank you, Mary. Are there any resolutions? Thank you for a great report. Make sure you go and check out that leadership course. It's easy to take, and it would be a great thing to do at one of your unit meetings. The Public Relations Program works collaboratively at all levels, unit, department, and national, to positively promote and advance the objectives and programs of the auxiliary beyond our membership. Here to tell us how we've increased public's awareness at the auxiliary's good works, please welcome National Chairman Diane Duchek. Diane?
Madam National President, units and departments throughout the country have been creative in their use of public relations to inform both members and the public of the great work of the American Legion Auxiliary, coming to the aid of veterans, military, and their families. Remember the days of mimeograph bulletins and typed newsletters? Well, no more. Members of the American Legion Auxiliary have taken hold of the reins of any type of technology that's available, and they've used it to their advantage. Before selection of the Girl State delegate is made, it's helpful for the young ladies in the high school junior class to know a little about Girls State and the opportunity it presents. At Anaka High School in Minnesota, both the Legion and Auxiliary are included in the closed-circuit television program called Feature Friday, which is televised throughout the school. Girls State and Boys State delegates from previous years were interviewed and explained what the Legion and Auxiliary programs entailed. What a great way for all high school students to begin hearing of the opportunities the American Legion and the American Legion Auxiliary can offer. YouTube has found many homes with the American Legion Auxiliary. In the Department of Virginia, for instance, YouTube was used to reach members who were unable to attend meetings and conferences. Videos of chairman's reports were uploaded to their department YouTube account and were available for viewing at a later date by both members and new viewers. In order to make their spring conference more accessible to members who are unable to attend, live streaming video of the spring conference was produced and shared, including leadership training, the chairman's reports, and the address of the national commander. For many units, the community newspaper is the conduit used to reach the public, both to give out information about upcoming activities and to report the results of the program. American Legion Auxiliary Unit 153 in New Jersey has used the local paper for showcasing youth essay contest winners and highlighting their Girl State delegates. In a letter to the editor, they've also used the paper for educating the public on the activities of their American Legion Auxiliary Unit, as well as giving a public thank you to newspaper and the community for their support. What a great way to promote a positive image. Web pages continue to be sources of great information, and most departments have their own website, but here's a new take on a web page. The community of Cullum, Illinois has a web page that lists the service organizations available to its citizens. Community members can visit this web page to shop for organizations that fit their needs. Note that on this site, you can also go to the juniors web page. Public relations isn't just a way for senior members to get the word out to the public, but also a way for juniors to locate other young girls and share their projects and ideas. Let's visit a junior member of the auxiliary and see why she used public relations. 6-year-old Reagan Youngie of Unit 107, Keystone, Iowa. She was moved by the tornadoes in Alabama and Missouri. She was particularly touched by an 80-year-old veteran and his wife who lost everything in the Joplin, Missouri tornado. Reagan adopted the Missouri couple and began making bead bracelets to sell to raise money for the Missouri tornado victims. The 6-year-old contacted news media. She set up her Facebook and promoted the project by talking to everyone she could. Reagan reached out to her family, her classmates, and children in 4-H for additional help making bead bracelets. She has sent $450 to tornado victims in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, and she personally delivered $1,600 to the Missouri couple. Wanting to raise more funds, isn't that outstanding? But she wasn't done. Wanting to raise more funds, she even auctioned off her 3-year-old horse and donated half of those proceeds to the same couple. This little dynamo has put in approximately 700 hours in the last year working on her charities. She's an entire unit all by herself. Public relations can be used by all units, by junior members and senior members, to get the word out about activities and to invite the community to participate in helping others. Madam President, this concludes my platform remarks.
Thank you, Diane. Are there any resolutions?
Yes, Madam President, we have one resolution.
You going to defer it? Have to defer it.
I'd like to defer the action on that resolution until after a brief presentation.
Diane, thank you for your report on an outstanding year. Over the past year, representing the American Legion Auxiliary as your national president, I encountered a common message from our military service members. We've never heard of your organization, but we really appreciate what your members do for people like us. Men and women from all branches of the military have said this to me. I've also heard it from the general media during my 43 department visits. It stung me every single time, but instead of getting angry over it, I accepted it as the truth. Members I meet are committed to the auxiliary's mission, but they've all asked for help in getting the word out and growing their capacity. We've been working hard to serve veterans, military, and their families for more than 9 decades, and yet people still don't know about who we are and what we do. Our members tell me they don't have enough resources to go the next step. They say, I've heard from many of you that we need help. We need a national campaign. The work we've been doing throughout our history is working well. We're just not telling anyone about it. We need more people to help us and explain that what we do is great. Our faces of freedom deserve better. Today we are going to hear from representatives from Publicis, the 3rd largest and fastest growing communications company in the world, on how we can make the American Legion Auxiliary a household name, how we can show the world our legacy of service, not self, and how, more importantly, we can become the first place that veterans, the military, and their families go for support. While you continue your awareness efforts at the local level, we need a concentrated, deliberate effort nationwide. Both ends need each other. I hope we can take that action together. Let's increase our members' time, talent, and treasure in serving our veterans, military, and their families. Publicis is going to help us do just that. They aren't going to take the top-down approach, meaning national issues the orders. They're going to work directly with you, the departments, to build awareness and membership. I love this organization. and I'm scared for its future, especially considering our membership slide. I know how hard every one of you work for your money. I know with a little assistance from our experts at Publicis, the PR awareness campaign will be wildly successful. Please listen carefully as Nancy Brennan, Senior Vice President and Director of Corporate Branding from their Chicago office, and Tom Hirschauer explain these things to you. Nancy and Tom.
Thank you so much, Chris. Tom and I are honored to be here today with people who understand that freedom comes at a price and that we must serve those who have sacrificed to preserve it. As Chris mentioned, Tom and I represent Publicis Group. We are a world-class communications agency with expertise in advertising, public relations, digital communications, and social media, and with experts around the world and across the country. We represent many of the biggest and well-known brands that you interact with every day, including Procter & Gamble, General Motors, and Eli Lilly. We also have experience that is highly relevant to the auxiliary's needs. For years, we supported the U.S. Army Recruiting Command in communications to prospects, and for more than 5 years, we worked for Lions Clubs International, one of the largest fraternal organizations in the world, on reputation and membership building, and I worked on both of those accounts. But honestly, as I stand here today and think more about your theme, the Faces of Freedom, I have a more personal connection to the auxiliary's cause. My father served in World War II, the Korean War, and in the Air Force Reserve in Louisiana for a total of more than 30 years of service. Through him, I came to understand the sacrifice that our military make and the importance of advocating for them. It is this appreciation that we are obligated to pass on to a younger generation. This is your charge. And I believe we are the right agency to help you get a new generation of supporters engaged and involved in your mission. For as Ronald Reagan said, freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it to our children in the bloodstream. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on for them to do the same. The communications program we present today is focused on helping you deliver on your mission, to honor the sacrifice of those who serve, to advocate for veterans, educate our citizens, mentor youth, and promote patriotism for God and country. Our role as an agency is to work with you to help bring your vision to life by building communications and a reputation that support your efforts and engage a new generation of members. But make no mistake, bringing this vision to life is not simply a nice to have. It will be a lifeline for an organization whose future is in jeopardy. This is a mission you must tackle with purpose and resolve, and we are prepared to be your partner. Why are we so concerned about the future? Why is it so important to engage a new generation of members? Because as an organization, the auxiliary is rapidly aging. 72% of members are over 50, and more than a third are over 70 years of age. Now, that wouldn't be so terrible if the pipeline of members was strong and retention was solid. But after many years of relative stability, in the last 10 years, we have seen a decline in membership of 16%. That's nearly 130,000 members. At that rate, by 2031, the auxiliary could be permanently gone. Now let's break this down a bit. It's important to understand. If conflicts were to end today, veterans would still need our service or the auxiliary service for another 60 years. But if the rate of decline in membership simply holds steady, we only have 20 years of service left in the auxiliary's ranks. That leaves a 40-year gap. After 93 years of service, don't let today be the day when you walk away from the heritage, from your legacy, and from dedication to service. The truth is, the auxiliary has already given up more than 1.6 million hours of service to those who have sacrificed. Now, it is true that I painted a somewhat dark and dire picture, but there is a light that we can reach for. I'd like you to listen to Alana Sessions Hall, an 18-year-old woman from Modesto, California, and what she has to say.
During Girls Nation, we took a visit to Walter Reed Hospital. It was overwhelming. The oldest veteran I met was 25 years old. I learned that to truly make an impact and a difference, it takes hands-on effort. We need to sit with our veterans, hold out our hands, and be there face to face. My experience at Walter Reed changed me. I tell my friends about the auxiliary because a lot of them want to join the military or would like to give back, but they don't know anything about what you do. Like most Americans, they need to discover how you're making a difference in the lives of our veterans. I do my small part by telling others, but it's up to you to tell the country and to show people how service to something greater than self can make the lives of our veterans better, while also making our lives better spiritually. Please let the younger generations know that they can be a part of making this country great by simply reaching out to us so that we can then reach out to those who need us. We want to help. Just include us and tell us how. During Girls Nation, we took a visit to Walter.
What you just saw was the next generation just waiting to be asked for service. So I ask you, if you don't ask now, when will you? And if not you, then who? Because we are running out of time. The effort that we are talking about today is not simply an auxiliary leadership initiative or an agency advertising campaign. We can only provide the tools and the framework. This effort must be personal. It must be real. And you must live the goal of engaging a new generation, or it simply will not happen.
So you may ask the question, who else has done something like this? Can we at the auxiliary succeed at increasing our membership? And the answer is there are two very well-known organizations in your wheelhouse that do much of what you do, the USO and Wounded Warriors. So a lot's been talked about Wounded Warriors. In fact, in talking to Chris over the last couple of months, she's heard from a number of you about, well, why don't we just do what Wounded Warriors does? You know, they put things on PSAs and get Bill Riley to talk about it. Can't we do that? Well, I think the answer to that is yes, but they do it in a very refined and strategic way. They do it with public relations, they do it with television, and they do it with fundraising direct mail, and so will we. But guess what? Wounded Warriors is spending $9.5 million every year in order to put their message out and to serve the veterans, the wounded soldiers that they serve. Now, we're not here today to tell you that you need to spend or must spend $9.5 million. Quite frankly, you don't have that kind of money. And we would never ask you to consider spending that kind of money. That's not smart, it's not prudent, and it's not within the stewardship of the way this organization works. So then the question is, what is the plan for the American Legion Auxiliary to build awareness? Well, essentially, we have to ask you to do two things in conjunction with our help. This has to be a local, grassroots-oriented campaign. Many of you doing wonderful things today. Quite frankly, we need more people to do more of it, as we've lost 1.6 million hours over the last couple of years. So we're going to ask for your help at the local level, but on the other hand, we're going to provide you national support to build awareness and get recruitment. Now, there are three channels, if you will, in which we want to attack this issue to build awareness and attract members. First, public relations. And you've just heard a few minutes ago the good work that you're all doing in that area. But we need to do more of it, and we need to do it together at the same time. The other thing that we're not currently doing from a public relations standpoint is doing a national campaign. You're doing local markets, but we have an idea on how to put this all together nationally. The second thing that we have to do is to add direct response television. We will do that across the United States via cable advertising on channels like the History Channel or Fox News. And we're going to specifically ask individuals to come join us, not just to look at a commercial and we all feel good about it, but ask people to pick up the phone, go to a website, go to a Facebook page and say, yes, I want to support this organization, and yes, I'm willing to volunteer, and in fact, I would love to become a member of the American Legion Auxiliary. As you're also doing those two things, you will continue to do fundraising that you've done over the last 2 or 3 years. So let's break this down so you clearly understand what this plan is. Local PR. As Diane, I think, had just talked to you, and we were at a session yesterday, and we're really quite impressed with all the work that you're doing. We're going to help train you at the unit and chapter level via webinars. And we'll give a calendar of opportunities, so you won't have to guess what to do. We'll help you decide what to do via press releases, op-ed letters, letters to the editor, and even more importantly in today's age, via social media. But then we want to add a component to this in a National Day of Mission outreach. Can you imagine at 1,100 VA hospitals across this country on a single day, thousands and thousands of volunteers helping veterans come together to make their lives better? That's something that we believe the national news will be very interested in, and it will galvanize your organization together. So what are the objectives of our plan? Well, we need to build awareness of who we are, what we do, but most importantly, why it really matters. We're going to ask others to join us in our noble purpose and our noble service. So what's the plan? Really 3 things. We're going to test, learn, and then proceed on to the next phase over the next 30 months. So the question is, why test? Why would we want to test it? Let's find it and just go get it done. Well, you want to test because, number one, it's smart. It's smart because it will help us understand what the right messages are, how we fine-tune those messages so we get people to act. The second reason why we want to do this in phases is because of stewardship. In no way would we ever come to you and ask you to spend a large amount of money without doing it in phases, doing it so we can get better every time we do it for the maximum value that can be brought to bear. We're going to start with a test, and the test will be done in 3 to 5 markets, and we think there are some criteria that we would like to impose on this test. And it's the old adage of fish where the fish are biting. So we want to go to large military bases or installation markets. We want to go where there's a market that has a VA hospital presence. We may want to go to a market that has an ALA National Award winner group or a high percentage of young men and women who are enlisting. These will be military towns, if you will, that already understand and value the service that these veterans have given and appreciate the work that you can do. Believe me, there are women in those cities that you don't know that are willing to serve. We're going to find them and help you engage with them to move forward in this test. So the first phase is to create and test messages. Why is that important? Well, if I said to you, the American Cancer Society, you would immediately know what that organization does. If I said to you, the American Heart Association, you would know immediately what that organization does. If I said to you, Wounded Warriors, you would know immediately what that organization does. If I said to you, the American Legion Auxiliary, what is it that you do? And why does it matter to me? Those are the messages we need to determine and to test in the marketplace. We'll do it in 3 to 5 markets at the unit level across the United States. And we're here to build awareness and generate leads. What's a lead? Somebody going to a website, picking up a telephone, or going to a Facebook and saying, I have an interest in talking to a unit level to help serve. Then it's up to you, because you're going to have to engage with that lady that lives in that city or the city next door to get them involved. And in so doing, we're going to also determine what are the metrics. How many leads can we generate? How many of those leads can we bring into actually membership into volunteers? Because that's the success we'll be built on, and that's extremely important. Now, we also think there are some secondary benefits. And those are that as we learn more how better to speak to not only our own group, but to others, we'll do a better job of communicating at the auxiliary level. But we also think that we'll help increase the fundraising, because if I get an envelope in the mail and I don't know who the auxiliary is and what it does, I'm not going to open it. But if I just saw a television spot or read an op-ed piece in the newspaper, oh, sure, I know who those people are. Let me open that letter and see what we can do. We expect this first phase to take 4 to 6 months. We're hoping today that you will vote in the affirmative for this plan. It will conclude around the 13th of February, and that cost will be approximately $750,000. What is phase 2? Well, based on the intelligence we gained out of these 3 to 5 market tests, we think there are 2 options that exist. And again, this is where we're being prudent, smart, and we look at stewardship. We can stop the program if all agreed it was not effective and could not be sufficiently changed to make it successful. Or we can make changes as appropriate and proceed into phase 2. And with these changes made, we proceed to launch the program nationally. Every unit, every chapter in the United States will have the opportunity to get the value of this program. That program, this second phase, will take 3 to 6 months, will end somewhere around August of 2013. The cost is approximately $600,000. Then we move on to phase 3. Quite frankly, it's very similar to what we just learned in phase 2. After phase 2 has been completed, we'll all determine if the program was working sufficiently to continue on. If the program has real value, then the third phase would begin. If not, we can either stop the program and or move forward without spending the additional dollars. And this cost of this phase, the third phase, is approximately $900,000. So, what are the desired outcomes of this program? To increase the awareness and reputation of who we are, what we do, and most importantly, why it matters? Most certainly, it is to honor those who have served. Most definitely, to reverse the decline in membership that Nancy talked to you about. And it is our fervent hope that it will help increase fundraising. So the membership, your membership today, will vote whether to engage in this 3-phased approach and to allocate funds from reserves to conduct this plan. And here again are the costs of the 3 phases. So finally, we say to you again, if not now, when? If not you, then who? The facts are clear. The needs are great, and they will not end in our lifetime. Your uniquely American heritage and legacy for service for over 90 years is calling each of you to action today. And let me end by introducing you to Dennis Donahue, a Vietnam veteran, and let him remind you of all that what you do and why it matters so much. Thank you.
I was one of the lucky ones. I was in the VA hospital and my family came to visit me every day. But many, many patients in that hospital don't have that luxury. They don't have family come to visit them every day, and so their only link to the world is the auxiliary and the volunteers that come into those rooms every day and let them know how important they are. I'd like to thank the American Legion Auxiliary for all of the care and the help and all of the things that you do behind the scenes that make being a patient in the VA hospital system or just a member of a post that much easier. Thank you again from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you so much, Nancy and Tom. Terry Porter, National Chairman of the Resolutions Committee, will now present the resolution. Terry?
Madam National President, the resolution on the National Awareness Campaign was submitted by the National President, Vice President, Secretary, Treasurer, National PR Committee. The subject is the National Awareness Campaign, and it reads as follows. Whereas in recent years, national presidents have observed and remarked that public awareness and understanding about the American Legion Auxiliary is sorely lacking. And whereas, when meeting domestically and internationally with military service members, veterans, and their families, National President Chris Nelson has further observed that the American Legion Auxiliary is not known by the very people for whom the auxiliary is set up. And whereas the American Legion Auxiliary membership and revenue have steadily declined, and members have often cited in surveys and focus sessions that a factor is lacking of awareness about the organization among those unknowingly eligible to belong. And whereas the National President Nelson at every department visit has remarked about the lack of public awareness and consistently recommended the need for a professional national public relations initiative. And whereas a professional public awareness campaign will provide new opportunities to increase membership and donations to offset the cost for a professional awareness campaign. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the American Legion Auxiliary embark on a professionally developed and conducted national awareness campaign to raise public awareness about the organization's existence, mission, and service outreach. And be it further resolved that upon the adoption of this resolution by the 2012 National Convention of the American Legion Auxiliary, the National Executive Committee take action at its first 2012-2013 meeting to appropriate funds not to exceed $750,000 for the initial phase of a professional American Legion Auxiliary public awareness campaign. And be it further resolved that the American Legion Auxiliary National Executive Committee be apprised of the results of the initial phase of the campaign and proceed with further allocation of funds for 2 subsequent phases of a national public awareness campaign upon successful implementation of the prior phase. And be it finally resolved that the national organization proceed with retaining the services of a reputable professional national public relations firm to develop and initiate a public awareness campaign for the American Legion Auxiliary upon the adoption of this initiative by the National Convention of the American Legion Auxiliary held August 28, 29, 2012 in Indianapolis, Indiana. Madam President, the Public Relations Pre-Convention Committee recommends the resolution be adopted, and the Finance Pre-Convention Committee meeting recommends the resolution be adopted with amendment. Madam President, on behalf of the Resolutions Committee, I move the adoption of the resolution concerning the awareness campaign.
The question is on the adoption of the resolutions as just read. The Public Relations Pre-Convention Committee recommends the resolution be adopted, and the Finance Pre-Convention Committee recommends the resolution be adopted with amendment. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chairman?
The chair recognizes microphone number 1.
Nicole Clapp, Department of Iowa. On behalf of the Finance Pre-Con Committee, we would like you to consider removing Section 3, resolved, and inserting this amendment. Resolved that the American Legion Auxiliary National Executive Committee be apprised of the results of the initial phase of the campaign not to exceed 1 year, and by approval of the delegation of the convention, proceed with future allocation of funds for 2 subsequent phases of a national public relations campaign upon successful implementation of the prior phase. I would move for this amendment.
It has been moved and seconded that the third resolve clause be replaced with the following. Resolved that the American Legion Auxiliary National Executive Committee be apprised of the results of the initial phase of the campaign, not to exceed 1 year, and by approval of the delegation to the convention, proceed with future allocation of funds for 2 subsequent phases of a national public awareness campaign upon successful implementation of the prior phase. Is there any discussion on the amendment?
Madam President?
The chair recognizes the delegate at microphone 3.
Barbara Kranig, Department of Wisconsin. The third resolve clause was the one that had given me some concern. Based on what has been now amended, are we to understand then that only the first phase would take effect until next convention, and the next convention body would act on the 2 subsequent?
That's what I believe is stated in this. So yes, is that your intent, Finance Committee?
That was the intent of the Pre-Con Committee, obviously not having seen the final presentation to this morning, but that was the intent, feeling from the committee that they wanted the convention body to have the authority to authorize future phases.
So this phase, this amendment you vote on will complete the first phase by next year's convention, and then at next year's convention you'll vote on if you want to go on to phase 2. Is that clear to everyone? Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Are you ready for the question?
No. Madam President?
Where are you? The chair recognizes the delegate at microphone number 1.
Yes, I'm from Rapid City, South Dakota. My name is Janet. I wanted to clarify the financial obligations of this plan. There was a $750,000 figure, there was a $900,000 figure, and there was a third one. Is phase one a cost of $750 and then phase two an additional cost?
Yes, yes.
So-
Phase one is $750,000. This amendment would allow you to see if you believe that was successful at next year's convention and then vote at next year's convention whether you want to move on to phase two. That's what this amendment is stating.
So when voting for this amendment, we still need to vote on whether or not we're going to pass the resolution with that
That's right.
amendment.
That's right. The amendment just stops it allows them to do complete phase one during this next administrative year. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Are you ready for the question? Please stand. Oops. With your voting keypads, if you're in favor of passing the amendment, press number 1. If you're opposed, press number 2. Because it's amendment, it takes a simple majority. I can't tell, are you all standing in line to speak, or are you standing in line because your voting hasn't? Okay. Polling is closed. Please show the results of the vote. The amendment has passed, and now we'll open discussion for the resolution.
Madam Chairman, microphone 2.
The chair recognizes the delegate at microphone number 2.
Janet Renner from the Department of Virginia. In a time when we are all seeing our membership decline, and I know that many units and departments have significant resources within the units to do public relations, we also see that many of these public relations efforts are not in harmony with each other or have the same presence. If I was not a member of this auxiliary and I saw a PSA come up on my television that we just witnessed, I would immediately pick up the phone and want to join this organization. I believe, representing the Department of Virginia, that we thoroughly endorse this resolution and support this going forward.
The chair recognizes the delegate at microphone number 1.
Madam President, Priscilla Imbersia, Department of New York. I rise in very, very strong support of this resolution. It is something I think we should have engaged 10 years ago. I believe that there are thoughts amongst our members about issues, about how this will relate back to our membership in the communication level. Please understand that a professional organization such as what we are proposing to hire wants us to succeed. It is also their reputation that is on the line when you hire them. Therefore, they are going to make sure through their testing and their first initial year that they can establish those things that are concerning us and being able to relate back. The American public is generous. They are supportive of our veterans, and they are out there waiting to be tapped to be both members and to be also financial supporters of our organization. Give them an opportunity by participating in this type of campaign.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the delegate at microphone number 4.
Lisa Moore, Department of Nebraska. As a small business owner, I will be the first one to tell you you have to spend money to make money. However, you just increased our dues $4. The $750,000 initial campaign, I don't know if anybody you noticed on the slide, but it said the cost will not be recouped. So with $750,000, if you want to spend that money on public relations, Give it to our Department Public Relations Chairman because we know our programs better than they do.
The chair recognizes the delegate at microphone number 3.
Madam President, Deborah Munchbach, Arizona. While I also agree that you have to spend money to make money, and a national advertising campaign is probably exactly what we need, I am concerned about where those 3 to 5 test markets might be. Because in this first year, the national organization is essentially asking for $750,000 to grow 5 membership spots. It's not going to benefit the whole nation immediately. Do they have any idea where those initial test markets might be?
The chair recognizes the delegate at microphone number 2.
Yes, Ida Myers from the Department of Kansas. We are talking a large amount of money here, and yes, a business owner you have to spend to make, but I want every lady in this room to look in their heart and say, when you get these new members in your unit, are you going to wait 6 months to find out, oh, she's good at this, and she's good at this, and by then they're gone? When they come into your unit, make them welcome, find out what their abilities are to help us all grow. But if you ignore them, they're going to go away. So every person in this room has to take the personal responsibility to make them welcome, or don't spend the money.
The chair recognizes the delegate at microphone number 1.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Diane Cabot from the Department of Virginia. In my day job, I am a professional public information officer in Northern Virginia in the government. We have 827,000 veterans that reside in the Commonwealth of Virginia and 6 of the largest military installations in the country. And I am only at 98.1% membership. I totally believe in this. The entire delegation totally believes in this. And Madam Chairman, I absolutely offer up the Department of Virginia as the #1 test site for this project.
The chair recognizes the delegate at microphone number 4.
Madam President, Ann Robinson, Alaska. I do not intend on being one of the test markets. Let's face it, we don't have that many people in our state as some of you have in your local communities. But the backdrop that we will get is I serve your military today. Those men do not come from Alaska. They come from the United States. They do have no known that we are the American Legion Auxiliary. I was called USO, which I work with them. I was called Chamber of Commerce, which I work beside them. I was called Armed Services, YMCA, and you know what? I work in all of them, but I never work as hard as I do in this organization. It is time that we wake up America and let them know who we are and that they are out there too, and come join us.
The chair recognizes the delegate at microphone 3.
Thank you, Madam President. Pamela Thompson, Department of Connecticut. I'd just like to echo some of the comments that have already made today. As a member of the younger generation and growing up in this organization, if I did not grow up in this organization, I can guarantee you that I would have absolutely no idea who you were. I live in Boston, which is a huge college town. And I can guarantee you that 75% of the people that live in Boston have no idea what the American Legion Auxiliary does and that they're even eligible. I am in strong support of this resolution. I'd also like to point out that the national PR firm has been doing this for many years. They have the expertise and immense knowledge to pick the test sites that will be chosen, to really put out our message, and then as a convention body, we will be able to decide to move forward. I understand that it's a lot of money, ladies, but we are declining so fast that by 2031, I believe it was, that we will no longer exist. That will sadden me to no end. I am here to serve, and I want my friends to be there to serve. If they don't know who we are, I'm only one person. I can only tell so many. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the delegate at microphone number 2.
Robin Breyer, Department of Florida. The Department of Florida knows very well how difficult it is
to get your image out. We tried a campaign a couple of years ago that was a total failure. It wasn't for lack of money spent. However, we've never had a problem attracting new members. I totally support this effort, and I have complete faith in our national leadership team to select the right advertising firm and to pick the right sites to implement it. But if we don't fix what's wrong with us internally, all the people in the world we draw to us will not stay. We haven't learned how to treat each other well. And until we fix that, all the money in the world isn't going to fix our organization. That is where we're really lacking. Though I do believe, seriously believe that we need this. We need to look to our individual departments to develop a message within our departments and teach our members how to treat each other with courtesy and respect and in a welcoming nature. You can do the best advertising campaign on a food product, but when you buy it and eat it, if it tastes like crap, you will never buy it again.
The chair recognizes the delegate at microphone number 1.
Janet from Rapid City, South Dakota. I appreciate the presentation today, but I believe that it doesn't really address the period of time that these financial obligations would cover. Doesn't include the cost to air the promotion and to implement the plan. As far as what we promote nationally, I think we have to promote membership, because if all you do is pay your dues, it goes to Washington to pay for lobbyists to protect veterans' rights. That's the start of things. And then your local units come in after that. I believe that a national promotion every year for 10 years, 1 week out of the year, just inundating with film coverage and hitting up your local churches, same week every year, right before 911, when everyone's feeling patriotic, get people involved. I just don't believe that the presentation covered where those costs will go and how long they will last.
Thank you. I just have one clarifying statement, and the American Legion Auxiliary does not send any money to Washington, D.C. for lobbying. Thank you. The chair recognizes the delegate at microphone number 4.
Fran Rail, Department of West Virginia. I just want to say a few things. One is that I'm president of a very small unit. We had only 53 members last year. As of the date that I came to this convention, we had gotten 12 new paid members, and there were 2 more that were being sent to our state secretary. I myself got 5 new members. Of my 5 new members who have heard me for years talk about the auxiliary, they all still ask me, what does the auxiliary do? So I work as an accountant. Numbers are my game. And I will tell you ladies this, that to spend $250,000 for 1 year of PR is not a lot of money to be spent. And anybody who knows me knows that I look for the biggest bang for our buck, and this will get us the biggest bang for our buck.
The chair I'm sorry.
I have one last thing to say, and that is it is my understanding that there is approximately 800 delegates here, if I am correct, or more. And I have been watching the numbers of those who have voted. You ladies were elected by your state departments to come here to cast a vote. It has disturbed me that we are not seeing 100% voter participation for these votes, whether you agree or disagree. I would kindly ask you to all vote on the next motion. Thank you very much.
The chair recognizes the delegate at microphone number 1.
Judy Neal, Department of Iowa, and I would like to bring up the point that even though this is only going to maybe 5 marketplaces, those soldiers that are at those 5 marketplaces and their families come from all over the United States. So all of us will be affected, even though there's only 5 markets. Thank you.
Madam Chairman. The chair recognizes the delegate at microphone number 2.
Peggy Hurlson, Department of Florida. I can attest to what Chris says. I spent 25 years as an active duty military wife. I never heard of the American Legion Auxiliary or the American Legion during that 25 years. And I can also attest to the fact that active duty military and their families will join. We have a post and unit in Panama City where over 50% of their membership is active duty. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the delegate at microphone number 3.
Thank you, Madam President. Melanie Taylor from the Department of California. I call for the question.
Okay, I just want to remind you this will take a 2/3 vote. Pardon me? Oh, did I hear a second? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. This will take a 2/3 vote, so please stand. We are voting on ending debate. Those who wish to end debate, press number 1. Those who wish to continue with debate, press number 2. We're only voting on ending the debate. Voting is now closed. Please show us the results. Okay. The debate is ended. Are you ready for the question? Please stand. All in favor of the resolution, please press the number 1 key on your electronic voting keypad. All those opposed to the resolution, please press the number 2 key. Anyone still saying? Polling is now closed. Could we please see the results? Thank you. The affirmative has it, and the resolution is adopted. When a sudden financial crisis befalls an auxiliary member, the Auxiliary Emergency Fund may be able to provide temporary assistance when no other source of help is available. Established in 1969, the fund has continued to help members more than 40 years later. Here with her report is our Auxiliary Emergency Fund National Chairman, Marie Gady. Marie?
Madam National President Chris, disaster has no boundaries as ice storms, snowstorms, tornadoes, wildfires, and floods ravished across the country. With the economy, hardship falls on many. Members were affected, and the Auxiliary Emergency Fund applications began to filter in. However, funds were needed to help our members out. At that time, Honor Their Service was an inspiration to donate to the Auxiliary Emergency Fund, as those who would benefit were eligible through the service of their loved ones. We started out the year to labor our energies by setting our goals high. We challenged all to give 10% more than last year. Members, units, districts, and departments accepted the challenge, rolled up their sleeves, and put their working gloves on and took the tasks to hand. A unit in Colorado held I'm Sick of Winter Already luau, raising $1,100. The Department of Minnesota held a silent auction at their fall conference, raising $2,922.47. A unit in Missouri sent in 25 cents per member present at each meeting. One unit increased their donation by 90%. Connecticut had an AEF mascot, a Boston Terrier, who wore special saddlebags with the auxiliary logo and AEF motto on them, who would then go around to events collecting money. She even got to meet National President Chris at her meet and greet, where $150 was raised. Rhode Island held an American Legion Auxiliary Has Talent Night with dinner, where over $1,100 was raised. The Department of Florida chairman followed her department president's theme, Leaping for Success, and had frogs leaping all over her state as she collected donations in frog jars. North Carolina's department chairman knows firsthand what she's talking about because she was a recipient. The AEF came to my rescue with temporary help in education. It turned my life around. I want to make sure the funds will be there for other members in crisis. The Department of Idaho reported they have 72 units, all of which made contributions. In the Department of Texas, the juniors of the 9th District donated $500, which was their department president's project. AEF grants were given to 110 members from 33 departments in the amount of $126,097.88. And 44 members from 9 departments received disaster grants for $62,000. The grand total given, $188,097.88. A total of $154,210.98 was donated from 50 of the 52 departments and other sources. That is a shortfall of $33,886.88. Members who received grants expressed their heartfelt appreciation and felt compelled to write thank yous. One wrote, "I am very grateful and feel so blessed that I have been taken care of in my situation. I truly believe God blesses those who gives blessings to others, and I know you will be very blessed in return. I can't thank you enough, and my situation is improving. I just take it one day at a time." Madam National President, that concludes my platform remarks.
Thank you, Marie. Are there any resolutions?
No.
Thank you for an excellent report. As more young veterans join the ranks of America's war heroes, the American Legion Auxiliary is needed more than ever. The American Legion Auxiliary Foundation provides a way to secure our legacy and our heritage of service, not self, ultimately enhancing the quality of life for future generations of veterans, our military, and their families. Here with us, to give us the Foundation report is Foundation President Linda Boone. Linda?
Good morning. The American Legion Auxiliary Foundation is a subsidiary organization of the American Legion Auxiliary. This means it is controlled by the governing body of the American Legion Auxiliary. The Foundation Board has designated and appointed directors based on their positions held in the American Legion Auxiliary to ensure the Foundation's mission remains focused on the financial support of the American Legion Auxiliary. The elected director positions are required to be ratified by the American Legion Auxiliary National Executive Committee to reinforce that subsidiary role. The auxiliary provides a part-time staff to support the foundation, and marketing and promotional projects are supported by several staff members. The foundation was created in 2007 to be used as a fundraising tool to access grants from government agencies and foundations to enhance our ability to meet our mission. It is also a tool for our membership to support auxiliary priority programs by making a donation to the foundation. The IRS designations to the nonprofit sector under the 501c category. 501c19 has been designated for veteran organizations. 501c3 designates charitable nonprofits and is the most well-known and understood by donors and foundations. Donations to a 501c3 are understood to be tax deductible, while for a 501c19, it takes a specific ruling from the IRS for donations to be tax deductible, and then potential investors need to be educated, which is a challenge. In fact, many government grants and even foundations often specifically state that veteran organizations cannot apply. It has also been a long-held belief that membership organizations, like most veteran organizations, would be financially supported through membership, fees, and donations from their members. Our dues income has not kept pace to support increased cost of programs, and declining membership has decreased income to support programs. Additionally, the competition from the increasing number of nonprofits soliciting our members has decreased the donations to our programs. Can't get the picture. It is our belief that with support from our members, this foundation will enable our members to build revenue through alternative methods that we have not pursued in the past, but can now. Following the money helps us understand the purpose of the foundation. Not all donations will come to the foundation. Funds that will be used for individuals, such as scholarships and the emergency fund, will continue to go to the auxiliary. Corporations, most often through their marketing departments, do not necessarily require their recipients to be a 501c3 organization. Relationships with corporations are most likely to develop through the auxiliary staff and not through the foundation. It is expected that we will transition our donors to directing their donations through the foundation, and we are pursuing grants to fund specific programs. Donations to the foundation will become part of the endowed or non-endowed funds. Endowed means that funds are placed in investments and only the interest is used to pay for the programs each year. When the endowment is large enough, it can keep pace with the annual cost of the programs and the basic fund stays intact for the future. Non-endowed funds are used for shorter-term priorities. Grant funds are used for specific deliverables of the grant agreement. The current development plan for the foundation sets goals to grow the foundation through grants and donations from targeted sectors. The reality for the success of the foundation will be in the actual dollars. How can you, as one person, help? Focus your philanthropy on priority issues, which we hope, of course, is the American Legion Auxiliary. Decide on how much you plan to give to your unit, department, and the national levels each year. Make the American Legion Auxiliary and its foundation a priority commitment and send checks or make donations online. For the future of the American Legion Auxiliary to complete its mission, we need members to make an annual donation beyond dues to the unit, department, and national organizations. And don't forget, you can continue to give through the bequests in your wills. Investing in ourselves through the American Legion Auxiliary Foundation. Madam President, this completes our platform remarks.
It has been a tradition that when you're past national president, that you give something to the American Legion Auxiliary National Headquarters as a gift. And the Department of Minnesota, to honor the service of honoring our year of honoring their service this year, instead of giving a material thing to National Headquarters, is donating $2,500 to the American Legion Auxiliary Foundation.
We like that.
Oh.
We're sorry, we blew it for you. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent report, Linda. As the nation's largest women's patriotic service organization, strength and influence of our auxiliary is derived from our members. Here to tell us how the membership committee works to retain current members, recruit new ones, and engage members in mission-related activities is National Chairman Trish Ward with her report. Trish?
The perfect team, an assembled group of women representing experience, diversity, and depth, who brought a deep commitment and passion to the task at hand. The perfect theme, a theme that would resonate with every member, young or old, active or not. The perfect dream, to stop the more than 40-year negative membership slide and make our organization a synchronous, powerful force with a powerful cause and a powerful voice. A team, a theme, a dream, together with a plan that was reasonable, believable, and achievable. As departments began to realize that our milestones and numeric objectives were within reach, they got innovative, creative, and determined in their methods to excite our members. Challenges were issued, promises were made, and teams were assembled to make achieving each numeric objective a reality for all. Speaking of challenges, Sonny and Cher made a guest appearance. We had green hair, red, white, and blue hair, and I understand there are a few new real tattoos out there. Whether it be the pride of Mississippi, where two can make a difference, and Miss I Want a Lotta membership, that is. The Dalmatians in Delaware with Spot a Member wherever you go, or stopping the membership slide in Louisiana, our members were committed, driven, and determined to make 2012 a year to remember. With pride, passion, and purpose, we encouraged our members to make their eligibility visual and to connect with members in their community who shared a common commitment to supporting our veterans, active military, and their families. And as communication developed, membership resulted. Our members proudly wore their commemorative buttons as a means to visually express the love we hold for our most valued commodity, our veterans themselves. Buttons were spotted on purses, backpacks, hats, lapels, and in the case of our juniors, on their fronts and on their backs. Nancy Brotherton, president of Boone Unit 4 in Kentucky, reported, "I wore my button into Walmart, and after a man inquired about my veteran button, I walked out with 2 new members, a Legionnaire for our post and his wife for our auxiliary." The team of Edwin T. Stiles, Unit 153 of St. John's, Michigan, created a handcrafted flag where the veteran buttons took center stage as the stars among their stripes. The memorial flag itself became a centerpiece to their unit's membership activities, and as President Marcy Jo Ray commented, the project has brought us a closeness as well as a way of showing our veterans how much they mean to us. The Making Eligibility Visible to Drive membership campaign took many forms, from coffee cups to honor boards to holiday poppy trees. Our veterans were the main attraction and took front and center in our membership efforts. Once again, grassroots members across the country stepped up to lead the charge toward Milestone 4. As a difficult economy has left its mark on many of our communities, leaders stepped up to save struggling units and refocus the attention to healing, helping, and harnessing the strength within. With only 202 citizens, the small logging community of Elk City, Idaho has certainly seen its share of difficult times. Step in President Carolyn Howe and a team with a not under my watch mentality. This small unit revitalized itself and now stands at 200%. Or as President Rhonda Akers of Qualite Pritchard Unit number 178 in Grove, Oklahoma commented, "We made sure to make every member feel welcome and valued." Thanks to this philosophy, they proudly report in at over 109%. If we heard it once, we heard it 1,000 times. It's all about the way you treat people. Success takes many forms, and although our dream is yet to be fully realized, we stand together in solidarity to celebrate every small success story, every special moment, every renewal retained, every member signed up, and every new unit chartered. For it is these small success stories that will serve to blaze the trail for a brighter and bigger future for our organization. The Service Not Self Award is given to those units that have documented how promoting harmony, demonstrating zero tolerance for discrimination, accepting and adapting to change, engaging members, and warmly welcoming all has helped them to maintain or grow their membership. This year, we recognize 2 outstanding units with the 2012 Service Not Self Award. As Elie Wiesel once said, the opposite of love is not hate, it's indifference. The opposite of art is not ugliness, it's indifference. The opposite of faith is not heresy, it's indifference. And the opposite of life is not death, it's indifference. This unit has shared that they believe the opposite of service not self is not self-absorption and selfishness, but simply indifference. They shared an observation that when they look at our organization's declining membership and ask, why is this happening? It's their opinion that it is indifference. Hey, indifference, meet Week Sparks Unit 303 of Mobile, Iowa. Setting a standard of excellence in all they do, President Pam Clark and her team have focused on exhibiting and promoting a culture of success. Focusing on actively keeping all members engaged, this unit has made sure to weave a membership component into every activity. Whether it be making patriotic chili for the Mobile Centennial or inviting newly returned service members to their post for Thanksgiving dinner, they made sure to exhibit a positive and welcoming attitude for all to see. At meetings, they minimize disharmony, gossip, cliques, criticism, and discrimination by focusing on maintaining a positive, upbeat attitude. As President Clark commented, we just don't allow any negativity. Our members are not only kind to each other, but to everyone. In addition to actively participating in Girls State, the Auxiliary Emergency Fund, and Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation, among others, they are proud to have eclipsed their December 31st, 2010 membership by more than 36 members by year-end 2011. Take that, indifference. Our second recipient utilizes the auxiliary's outreach programs to attract new members by letting people know what they do and why they do it. Congratulations to Boone Unit 4 of Florence, Kentucky. The team of Unit 4 are experts at keeping their members informed and aware of everything that's going on and are champions in PR. Whether it be supplying new members with welcome packs, both electronically and in print, or keeping their local newspaper informed, they are fanatic about making sure their good work is known by all. As President Nancy Brotherton shared, Unit 4 promotes harmony by seeking first to understand and then to be understood. We emphasize and look for the good in all we do and celebrate rather than focus on anything that wasn't perfect. They have instituted their own think tank to encourage and cultivate new ideas, and the merits of each are debated by everyone. No idea is viewed as not worthy. Assuring that all members feel valued, Boone Unit 4 instituted the Balcony Award program. This award is given monthly to deserving individuals who have been supportive of others in their unit. Rather than being a negative force, these members have uplifted other members and dispelled gossip and negativity. Whether it be supporting the community in the Coats for Kids program or helping out one of their own, this unit has made the concept of service not self their guiding principle. Having grown their membership from the prior year by more than 37 members as of the December 31st, 2011 benchmark, Boone Unit 4 is especially proud of their revitalized junior team and cites their innocence and energy as a major component to their overall growth. Congratulations again to these two outstanding units. Last year, the Department of Rhode Island was a 100% lone beacon, shining the way for others to follow, and follow they have. Today we celebrate 15 departments that achieved the fourth numeric objective of 100% in membership year 2012. Please welcome our divisional chairman who will present the 100% numeric achievement plaque to their departments that achieved 100% as of July 30th, 2012. Eastern Division Membership Chairman from the Department of Maine, Jerry Brooks Greenwell. Southern Division Membership Chairman from the Department of Mississippi, Angela Kilcrest. Central Division Membership Chairman from the Department of Michigan, Suzanne Knapp. Northwestern Division Membership Chairman from the Department of Minnesota, Carol Holmgren. Western Division Membership Chairman from the Department of Idaho, Tony Gimple. Suzanne Knapp, Central Division Membership Chairman, will present the 100% numeric achievement plaques to the recipients in the Eastern Division on behalf of Jerry Brooks Greenwell, who had to depart due to a family emergency. Before we begin with our 100% departments, we would like to recognize the Department of Connecticut and the entire Eastern Division who went over 100% on August 22nd. Congratulations, Eastern Division. Okay, here we go. Starting us off at 15th in the nation with 100.15% of their numeric objective, the Department of Idaho. President and Membership Chairman Barbara Gehring, Secretary Mary Sue Chase with a membership theme of increased membership one pedal at a time. Number 14 in the nation at 100.34% of their numeric objective, the Aloha State, the Department of Hawaii. President Francis Au, Secretary Liz Lee, and Membership Chairman Hilma Chang with a membership theme of honoring their service. Our 2011 100% Lone Beacon State joins us once again at number 13 in the nation. At 100.42% of their numeric objective, the Department of Rhode Island. President Lorraine Boucher, Secretary Beverly Birds, and Membership Chairman Diane Winston with a membership theme of Be a Star for Our Veterans.
You hear my rhythm on your radio. You feel the turning of the world. So soft and slow, slow.
number 12 in the nation, squeaking through on Milestone Day was the Department of Arizona with 100.44% of their numeric objective. President Sharon Doran, Secretary Barbara Mattson, and Membership Chairman Kathleen Medellin with a membership theme of Cameo, caring auxiliary members, engaging others. No photographs at the stage, please. No photographs at the stage. Thank you. Number 11, the Cowboy State at 100.45% of their numeric objective. The Department of Wyoming, President Linda Lenker Orr, Secretary Sonia Wright, and Membership Chairman Joyce Menke with a membership theme of Thanks to all veterans, military, and ALA members. I know we're excited, but no photos at the stage, please. Thank you. We will have photo opportunities later. So I know you're excited, but no photos at the stage, please. Thank you. Okay, we're headed into the top 10 at number 10 in the nation with 101.08% of their numeric objective. The Department of Alabama, President Brenda Smith, Secretary Joanne McCord, and Membership Chairman Vicki Thrower with a membership theme of Don't Give Up, Honor Those Who Have Served.
You could have a steam train if you just lay down your tracks. You could have an airplane.
It's the Pine Tree State at number 9 with 101.21% of their numeric objective. The Department of Maine, President Margaret Johnson, Secretary Dora Michaud, and Membership Chairman Mary Jane McClune with a membership theme of With Purpose, Passion, and Pride, we honor those who served.
Going up and down, all around the bends. You could have a fun car bumping.
Someone let the Dalmatians out up in Delaware. At 101.87% of their numeric objective, number 8 in the nation is the Department of Delaware. President Beth McGinn, Secretary and Membership Chairman Tina Washington with a membership theme of Spot a Member Wherever You Go.
This will be my testimony.
Pictures can be taken at the break, and we encourage that. Back down to the Southern Division we go for number 7 in the nation. At 102.06% of their numeric objective, the Department of South Carolina, President and Secretary Louise Weinset, Membership Barbara Stoffer with a membership theme of To the Top, South Carolina Are the Shooting Stars. The Ladybugs were definitely out in force this year, rounding out our number 6 spot with 102.18% of their numeric objective, the Department of Pennsylvania. President Barbara Miller, Secretary Colleen Watson, and Membership Chairman Debbie Taylor with a membership theme of Bugging Pennsylvania for membership. The only department to achieve all 4 milestones is number 5 in the nation with 102.31% of their numeric objective. It's the Magnolia State, otherwise known as the Department of Mississippi. President Mary Smith Reed, Secretary Nancy Sanders, and Membership Chairman Angela Kilchrist with a membership theme of Two Can Make a Difference.
Right side of the bed. What's up with this Prince song inside my head? Hands up if you're down to get down tonight. 'Cause it's always a good time. Slept in all my clothes like I didn't care. Hopped into a cab, take me anywhere. I'm in
The frogs were really jumping down in Florida this year. Number 4 in the nation with 102.58% of their numeric objective, the Department of Florida. President Diane Rousseau, Secretary Robin Briere, and Membership Chairman Sandra Beasley with a membership theme of Leap to Success. Number 3 in the nation with 104.31% of their numeric objective, the Department of Puerto Rico. President Hilda Soto, Secretary Naomi Burgess de Pineto, and Membership Chairman Margarita Cruz Torres with a membership theme of Los Veteranos al Servicio de su Patria, Los Voluntarios al Servicio de su Pueblo. One team, one goal, no limits in membership.
It's gonna be alright. We don't even have to try. It's always a good time. It's always a good time. We don't even have to try.
On May 16th, this department started climbing from number 52 to number 16, and today we celebrate them as number 2 in the nation with 109.90% of their numeric objective, the Silver State, the Department of Nevada. President Anita Paquette, Secretary Dayla Gibson, and Membership Chairman Hazel Lockhart Breeding with a membership theme of honoring their service.
It's always a good time there.
They surprised us all when on May 2nd they surged from number 52 in the nation all the way to number 1, where they have remained until this day. Please join us in congratulating the District of Columbia, President Janelle Ball, here today Representatives Mary Louise Cuffey, Corinne Robinson, and Rebecca Newkirk for an incredible 122.97% of their numeric objective. Their membership theme was honoring their service. Let's give all our 100% departments one more round of applause. We would like to invite all of our departments back onto the stage at this time for a photo opportunity with National President Chris Nelson. And for the stage. And for backstage. 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 Madam National President, this concludes my platform remarks.
We are so excited. 15 departments, wow. And we hate to curb the enthusiasm, but we have to get into the Legion to see Mr. Romney this afternoon, so we're going to take pictures behind stage. I don't know about any of you, but I need a 10-minute break, so we're going to go have a 10-minute break. Thank you, Trish.
No resolutions.
Oh, and there's no resolutions. I forgot about that.
I was so high I did not recognize the fire burning in her eyes, chaos that controlled my best to feed her appetite, keep her coming every night, so hard to keep her satisfied. Oh, kept playing love like it was just a game, pretending to feel the same, but turn around and leave again. I put her on. This love has taken its toll on me. She said goodbye too many times before, and her heart is breaking in front of me, and I have no choice, 'cause I won't say goodbye anymore. Oh, oh, whoa, whoa. I'll fix these broken things, repair your broken wings, and make sure everything's alright. My pressure on your hips, sticking my fingertips to every inch of you, 'cause I know that's what you want me to do. This love has taken its toll on me. She said goodbye too many times before. Her heart is breaking in front of me, and I have no choice, 'cause I won't say goodbye anymore. This love has taken its toll on me. She said goodbye too many times before, and my heart is breaking in front of me. She said goodbye too many times before. This love has taken its toll on me. She said goodbye too many times
Which is a slightly different, or it's a condensed version of what was put into the box, and you don't have that for the transcription of when it's all said and done. This is what I say when it says Terry gives her report.
Okay, that's your actual
Right,
report.
but I will give you a copy of it. There's one down on the floor.
Okay.
So just so that you have it when they
Okay.
the next page.
Thank you, Terry.
to start in 24 seconds, so if you'd take your seats, please. Ladies, please be seated. Faces of Freedom begins again right now. Thank you. I am pleased to present our National Secretary, Debbie Buckler, for her report.
Thank you, Madam President. As I begin my remarks, the first thing I'd like to do, generally if you give a report, you talk about all the things you've done. I'd like to share what we have not done. Your national headquarters has not overspent the operations budget. We've underspent it every year. We have not gotten a bad mark from any rating agency. We've received an A+ in every audit for years, plus all the new ways we are now audited. The magazine is audited by the Audit Bureau of Circulations. Our last audit received the highest praise you can be given. This impacts ad sales, which are at historic lows everywhere in the country for every publication, yet we are faring better than many publications. Our 401k is now audited, and we came through with flying colors on the first time for that audit. Our foundation and national headquarters financial and business operations are all audited, all clean, all the equivalent of A+. That is no small accomplishment. The 990s, those infamous 990s, our tax returns and annual reports to the IRS and the public, they now encompass over 200 pages. They are accurate. We are doing a good job, a reputable job, and I'm very proud of that, and I'm proud on your behalf. And the final thing that we have not done, we have not been on television or in the newspapers for doing things wrong or unethically. Thank you. Other nonprofits have. You can and should be proud of the commitment and professionalism of your national headquarters staff and the integrity and soundness of your national headquarters operations. You have an outstanding, professional, dedicated headquarters staff. By all the accounts I hear, the best in recent history, with more professional certifications in their fields of responsibility than ever. Everyone at your national headquarters staff also does volunteer service. The past 11 months, we have reported over 150 hours for ALA volunteer service. And since National President Chris trained and certified us in home and field service, volunteer service nearly 2 years ago, your national headquarters have volunteered almost 400 hours. And we know there are more to be reported. And I am proudly standing here wearing my 100-hour pin. Plus, your national headquarters staff have demonstrated their support for the auxiliary and our foundation with personal donations. Organizations are judged on the level of support from within its leadership, and 100% is expected from the governing body and leadership. We believe in being a good 100% example. Some of the staff introduced to you on Monday were our volunteers in service to America. The 6 that we have had this year have just been terrific. So here's a big deal. In 3 years, the American Legion Auxiliary Call to Service Corps, our AmeriCorps Vista Consortium, has eclipsed the $3 million mark in grant funds. That's a lot of value that the American Legion Auxiliary delivers to help American Legion Auxiliary, and consortium members grow their collective capacity to serve veterans, active duty military, and their families. This outcome exceeds all expectations. Along with your national headquarters and participating departments, the American Legion Auxiliary Call to Service Corps Consortium has now received an assignment of nearly 60 federally funded AmeriCorps National and AmeriCorps Vista members to help the American Legion, participating departments, and some 27 other organizations provide services that advance the American Legion Auxiliary's mission. As a Corporation for National Community Service grantee, we've been wildly successful in enhancing our national image. We've placed the American Legion Auxiliary in a prominent, positive spotlight with both Congress and the White House. Therefore, we're doing what that consortium is supposed to do, and I urge you to read pages 82 through 85 of the convention guide for the full report. And while you're on those pages, check out the donations report. In a time when national donations are down, the American Legion Auxiliary is growing its donor base and raising more money than ever. Over 30,000 small donations are now coming from non-members who have learned about us and want to support us. Pretty remarkable. And our direct mail provider, Quadriga, was a $20,000 sponsor of this event. And speaking about learning about us, this past year, the number of visitors at the ALAforveterans.org national website grew by 60%, and by more than 200% since we launched the new website almost 2 years ago. That's over, thank you, for the one fan. Thank you. That's over 170,000 people looking at our website. The online auxiliary membership application has been downloaded almost 10,000 times. The scholarship forms have been downloaded more than 3,000 times. And the unit handbook has been downloaded over 2,000 times. And our number of Facebook page followers has nearly doubled just this year, with over 4,000 global fans representing over 1.4 million friends who potentially learn about us through the Facebook. And I hope you will remember that during this convention, we have been live blogging. And during the debate on all of the amendments and resolutions, we've received many, many text messages for people who are following the convention, including one from past National President Rita Navarrete, who said, "Thank you for all that you're doing. She has enjoyed staying connected with this convention via our live blog." And we believe, based on your feedback, that we've also created some pretty great resources and posters. You got a glimpse of one of the newest one in the foundation report. I can't wait for you to see the full poster for the foundation, the little baby inside the helmet with the boots. It's really a pretty compelling poster. Member benefits are now poised to be better than ever. A lot of work has gone into taking member benefits to a dramatic new level. We want to thank again Gallagher member benefits for the flashlights and USAA again for the poppy bags. Gallagher is a $15,000 sponsor of this convention. And USAA advertised in the convention guide, which brought in over $11,000 in advertising revenue just for the convention guide this year. That's over $37,000 in sponsorships, $11,000 in ad sale. So the external support for this conviction, well, that's a good Freudian slip, wasn't it? For this convention is over $48,000. It's taken sponsorship of this event to a new level, and we're very proud of that. The bigger deal is what Gallagher member benefits will be doing and bringing to the table to benefit our members. You heard the presentation. I'll just remind you that it's a full menu. It will be launching in phases over the next 18 months. You can apply for a terrific credit card now, and stay tuned for the new rollout of member benefits like the ALA has never seen before. This is my fourth national convention as the National Secretary and Executive Director at National Headquarters. Listening to the tributes this morning, I was thinking how unpredictable life is. We've all probably lost someone close to us this year. None of us know what tomorrow will bring. I could get hit by a Mack truck, or something could happen and I would not be here next year. So I'd like to look ahead and share some observations. I've heard it said in this organization that if you keep doing what you've always done, you're always going to get what you've always gotten. That's true. And this organization, in my observation, would move ahead by leaps and bounds by getting its bylaws, the bones, fixed once and for all. Move your rules to standing rules and policies that can easily be maintained and accurately accessible to all members. But if you keep distrusting, you're always going to get distrust. If you keep feeling jealous, you're always going to get jealousy. If you keep squabbling, you're always going to get squabbles. But if you look for the best, you'll see the best. And if you practice best practices, you'll be the best organization, and people everywhere will want to join in. You are an awesome organization with a critically needed mission. The mission statement is just 2 sentences. It's inside the back cover of your convention guide. It is your elevator speech. It can be memorized. It says to anyone who you are, what you do, and why you matter. The ALA is a big corporation, and too many people look at it and the only thing they recognize is not your good works, but the deep pockets that it might have. So in this era of the Revolutionary 990, it is all about good governance and good management. It's not just numbers anymore. The 990 asks about governance, including bylaws changes. I've heard it said at this convention that changing our bylaws is no big deal. It's just a box that's checked on the 990 form. Well, it is a big deal. It may be a little box, but it is a big deal. The IRS goal, I will remind you, is to eliminate their stated goal, to eliminate 1/3 of the more than 1 million nonprofits in existence. I will remind you again that the budgets of all the nonprofits in the United States combined, and that excludes churches, is the equivalent of the 7th largest world economy. The IRS has noted that. That's a lot of nonprofit corporations not paying taxes. The IRS is looking at all those little check boxes, and frequent bylaws changes is indeed a red flag. Not just to the IRS, but to donors and rating agencies such as the Better Business Bureau and Dun & Bradstreet. If a donor sees that an organization changes its fundamental structure every year, the message they see is the organization's not a stable candidate for funding. If the IRS determines an organization is unstable, it can, and has said it will, start retracting the exempt status. I will tell you that the IRS has already visited some posts and units, and it's not pretty. Those additional 1,000 IRS agents for the nonprofit sector are looking to nail some nonprofits. Remember, their publicly stated goal is to eliminate 1/3 of them. So the constitution of your organization is the reason you incorporated. It should never change unless your corporation purpose changes. The bylaws are your bone structure. Occasionally you might need to replace a hip or fix a broken leg, but not often. Your bylaws should only change when absolutely necessary, like when a broken bone needs to be set or a knee needs to be replaced. Standing rules are where you do your cosmetic surgery or change wardrobes. You can do it when you want, but you can't afford to do it every day. And as you all know, too much plastic surgery and you do start to look weird. So working with National President Chris this year, we focused on helping organizations understand the difference between governance and management. It really is critical to know the difference. One of the things that we rolled out earlier was the new Girl State Program and Operations Guide. We've had a lot of discussion about this. And most people, the feedback is they very much appreciate that. The next thing we're going to be rolling out is a new department operations guide. It's a really big project. and the first few chapters will be presented at the Presidents and Secretaries Conference. So in my reflection, I'd like to end with a reminder and major kudos to you. Why do people pay to belong to an organization? They pay to belong because it's fulfilling to them, or they are so proud of what they see the organization doing that they want their name attached to it. People support what they like and what they respect. Yet, with all the celebrations, this organization loses 10% of its new members every year. This year, over 280 units went away. I hope the focus will shift from process and minutia to changing this picture. Dying units could be reborn as E-units or special group units like an Army Wives unit, a Girls State Alumni unit, a Girls Nation Alumni unit, a Working Moms unit. And now a big wow to all of you. The 2011 estimated value of one volunteer hour of service is now evaluated at over $21 an hour, according to the Independent Sector, which is a coalition of charities, foundations, and corporations that publishes important research about the nonprofit sector. American Legion Auxiliary members have reported and volunteered over 6 million hours for a collective value of service to our veteran service members and their families of more than $1.4 billion. That's quite a global impact, and it's a powerful number that accentuates who we are, what we do, and why we matter. I want to take a moment of personal privilege and say how much I have appreciated working with the leadership team this year and your national president, Chris Nelson. It has been take two. It's been an absolute pleasure and honor to work with Chris. She has reminded us that it's all about honoring their service. And if we shift the focus on why we're here, the who we are, what we do, and why we matter will shine through. And ladies, let's please get there. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Your leadership at national headquarters keeps our organization continually moving forward, and you have brought together a magnificent staff. Thank you. Would Rosie Blakesley from the Department of Minnesota please come to the podium and present the National President's Scrapbook?
Well, President Chris, I feel like I've traveled with you. And I'm going to present to you Volume 1 out of 10.
It is beautiful. Oh, look at that. Thank you. Is that all you're saying? Rosie got 26,000 pictures this year, plus Doug Malin's 15,000. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I can't wait to get home and go through this and relive the year. And I know I've made friends all across the country, and because of what Rosie's done, I'll be able to always remember what we did together to honor the service of our veterans. Thank you. Excuse me. I am pleased to introduce the members of the very hard-working of the Resolutions Committee. Terry Porter, Chairman, Georgine Sputman, Vice Chairman, and Sue Britton, Member. Thank you, ladies. Are there any resolutions? Are there any resolutions?
Yes, ma'am, there are. Madam President, before we consider the 42 housekeeping resolutions, I would like to make note of 2 typos that need to be corrected. In housekeeping resolution number 1, in the 4th whereas clause, we need to strike the last word and in its place insert the words now therefore be it. Doesn't change anything but how we read it. The second typo is in housekeeping resolution number 25. In the resolve clause, please strike the words repealed and. It will then read that the following resolutions be removed.
If there's no is there any objection to correcting these typos? If there is no objection, the typos will be corrected.
Madam National President, the Resolutions Committee proposes that all housekeeping resolutions that have received a recommendation to be adopted in their pre-convention committee meeting be bundled and considered in one vote. Ladies, that would include all housekeeping resolutions except for number 2, number 6, and number 21.
If there is no objection, all housekeeping resolutions except for resolution number 2, number 6, and number 21 will be bundled and considered for one vote. Is there any objection?
Madam President, on behalf of the Resolutions Committee, I move the adoption of all housekeeping resolutions except for numbers 2, 6, and 21.
It has been moved and adopted. It has been moved to adopt all housekeeping resolutions except for 2, 6, and 21. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, please stand. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor of all housekeeping resolutions except for number 2, 6, and 21, please press number 1 on your electronic voting keypad. All opposed, please press number 2 on your electronic voting keypad. Please, the voting is now closed. Please show the results. Oh. The affirmative has it, and all housekeeping resolutions except for 2, 6, and 21 are adopted. Terry, please continue.
Housekeeping resolution number 2 was submitted by the Special Committee on Documents. The subject is Policies and Procedures Revision, National President. It reads as follows. Whereas it is necessary to update the Policies and Procedures book of the policies and mandates of the organization, and whereas many of those mandates and policies are no longer relevant and should be extracted from the document, now therefore be it resolved by the American Legion Auxiliary assembled in Indianapolis, Indiana, August 27th through the 30th, 2012, that the following resolution be repealed and removed from the Policies and Procedures document. Under the heading of National President Briefing number 5. Resolve that each year the candidate or candidates for National President for the ensuing year shall meet with the National Secretary, National Treasurer, and the Finance Committee for a briefing not to exceed 2 days at a time agreed upon by those named in the resolution. And be it further resolved that the Finance Committee shall budget funds for travel expense for this briefing, and the National Secretary shall be authorized to take care of the necessary correspondence pertaining to this meeting. That was done by the Resolutions Committee, National Convention, 1978, New Orleans. Also resolved that the candidate or candidates for national president for the ensuing year be consulted as to their preference of accommodations and also other details pertaining to the conference if elected national president. That one, also Resolutions Committee, National Convention, 1978, New Orleans, Louisiana. The Pre-Convention Committee on Resolutions recommends that this resolution not be adopted. Madam President, on behalf of the Resolutions Committee, I move the adoption of Housekeeping Resolution Number 2 as just read.
The question is on the adoption of the Housekeeping Resolution Number 2 as just read. The Pre-Convention Committee on Resolutions recommends the resolution not be adopted. Is there any discussion? The
Madam
chair
President.
recognizes the delegate at microphone number 4.
Carol Van Kirk, Department of Nebraska. I rise in opposition to removal of this policy. The policy was established to give the National Vice President 2 days to go into national headquarters for the purposes of planning with staff for her upcoming year. This should be adequate time if their thoughts and ideas are prepared in advance. The process was successful from 1978 until at least 2007. In the last few years, 3 and 4 upcoming leaders have been authorized into Indianapolis to do long-term planning. It creates an unnecessary expense, and I believe that is when we lost some individual personality in our organization. With today's technology, it is easier than ever for candidates and staff to confer on any issue. Rather than remove this policy established by our predecessors to conform to how some candidates or staff may desire, I feel this policy should be retained and followed in the future.
Is there any further discussion? I'd like to give a clarifying statement. As it currently is, the National Vice President comes in for 5 days during the week of Veterans Day. She meets with staff and she represents the National President at the Indianapolis Veterans Day activities. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, are you ready for the vote? Please stand. All those in favor of Housekeeping Resolution Number 2, please press the number 1 key on your electronic voting keypad. All those opposed, please press the number 2 key on your electronic voting keypad. Please close the voting. Please show the results. Those in favor is 234, opposed 373. The opposed has it, and the resolution is not adopted.
Madam President, Madam National President, Housekeeping Resolution Number 6 was submitted by the Special Committee on Documents. The subject is Policies and Procedures Revision, Energy Committee. It reads as follows. Whereas it is necessary to update the Policies and Procedures Book of Policies and Mandates of the organization, and whereas many of those mandates and policies are no longer relevant and should be extracted from the document, now, therefore, be it resolved by the American Legion Auxiliary assembled in Indianapolis, Indiana, August 27 through 30, 2012, that the following resolution be repealed and removed from the Policies and Procedures document. Energy Committee, page 63. At the 1978 National Convention in New Orleans, the American Legion passed a resolution calling for the creation of a committee to study the problems of energy crisis in the nation. Shortly after the National Convention, the National Commander called the National President, at that time Mrs. Alvin Molson, asking for the establishment of a similar committee in the auxiliary. The committee was first appointed in 1978-79 administration.